From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, two empires.
These two behemoths square off.
Champion versus champion.
Two rivals who for the first time are standing face to face.
Who is going to emerge?
One, home to the toughest test in MMA.
This kid means business.
Oh!
The other, a ruthless gauntlet of fierce competitors.
Drop with the right hand!
Both have champions
Heavyweight champion of the world!
and rising contenders.
Great collar! Unbelievable! AJ McKee!
And now they collide.
Oh! Problema!
For the first time in history, PFL champs versus Bellator champs.
Mamma mia!
The best against the best.
Oh, it's
Including two giants who clash for the heavyweight crown.
Oh!
The 6'8" PFL problem
Problema with the championship!
versus Bellator's Darth Destroyer.
Ryan Darth Vader!
Champs versus champs.
PFL champs.
Bellator champs.
Champs versus champs, the first time in history.
Let's go! Oh my God!
This is how legends are forged.
Unbelievable!
King against king.
What a battle that is going to be.
PFL champs versus Bellator champs.
Welcome, fight fans, to an historic night in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Capital city of Riyadh playing host to PFL and Bellator champs versus champs. A truly unprecedented event. An unprecedented card in the sport of mixed martial arts. Your main event is heavyweights. Your co-main event is middleweights, and we have an incredible card for you leading up to those great matchups. Sean O'Connell and Chael Sonnen and Randy Couture here beside the PFL Smart Cage. And fellas, I'm all sweaty. My palms, I'm nervous about this. It's going to be an incredible night in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, driving towards that main event, Randy, where we see Renan Ferreira, 2023 PFL heavyweight champ, against the reigning and defending Bellator heavyweight champion, Ryan Bader. This is the dream where you get the best in one organization squaring off against the best in another organization. Let's talk about what we're really looking at here, Randy. Back in your day, even in my day, this didn't happen. You did not get the champs versus champs, organizations coming together.
If this would have happened, I might have got my shot at Fedor Emelianenko, and that's the truth of the matter. This is the first time in the history of the sport that two huge titans in the sport have come together, champs versus champs. I wish it had happened, and I got my shot.
And look, we might have some PFL leanings. I think that Chael Sonnen might be biased towards the Bellator fighters.
I think so. I think we're going to have a great night. Look, this is a duel. There's so many stories. We got Francis sitting right over here. We believe his next opponent's going to come from this. Mike Tyson's going to have a level of involvement, but nothing trumps the duel. It is Bellator MMA versus PFL. And we keep talking this has never happened in MMA. Guys, I don't think it's ever happened in sport. I cannot remember a time two conglomerates came together and agreed on terms. Tonight, there will be no draw. We will have a winner, and this discussion will be put to bed.
We'll be keeping score all night, but let's talk about this main event. Let's talk about the kind of problems that Renan Ferreira, himself nicknamed the problem, presents for Ryan Bader.
La Problema, 6'8", as athletic a man as I've ever seen. How many guys at 265 do you know that can do a one-legged backflip? Not too many. Now that man not wearing fights, and he's had some hit or misses here, but this season he changed camps. He moved to Florida, top team, shored up Conan Silveira, and blew through the season in 2023 to win his first world championship, taking out Dennis Goltsov, the #1 seed in the finals.
And he's doing it with the hands and the fast finishes. Now let's talk about his opponent. It's hard to find someone who's more veteran, more seasoned than Ryan Bader.
Ryan Bader has never lost at heavyweight. I got to keep making that point because he had such a long career, but a lot of those fights were at light heavyweight. Everybody's got a number. Not everybody gets to figure out what that is. Ryan Bader's is anything under 265 from what we've seen. Guys, he's only gone the distance one time. He not only beat Fedor Emelianenko, he beat Fedor Emelianenko on 2 separate occasions. This is the champion. This is the captain of the Bellator squad.
I want to note, Renan Ferreira, he fought 3 months ago. Ryan Bader hasn't been inside a cage in more than a year. Will that be a factor tonight. We'll see you in the main event. Now let's talk co-main. Let's talk about Impa Kasanganay and Johnny Eblen. Impa, he won a championship in 2023, but not at middleweight, Randy. 205 pounds. He went up in weight, still dominated.
Here's a guy that went against Silveira in this finals, went 5 rounds. I think he could have gone 5 more rounds. His conditioning is impeccable. He believes his education has made him a better fighter. He told his parents, no, I'm not going to get my master. I'm going to be a world champion. And he has acted as a world champion since that day. And now he is a world champion, and he gets to put that on the line representing the PFL tonight.
He came away from our PFL championships $1 million richer, even more committed to proving his greatness in mixed martial arts. Going to be a tough test tonight against the guy who a lot of people think is the best middleweight fighter on planet Earth. I'm, of course, talking about the Bellator champ, Johnny Eblen.
Impa's got great credentials, but I will see that resume and I will match it with Johnny Eblen. This guy is undefeated, and not to mention he won the Bellator title the hard way. He was a 3-1 underdog. He went through Gegard Mousasi 5 rounds to none. I've got to bring that to you because so many people, myself included, believe Johnny Eblen is the greatest 185-pounder currently on the planet.
Incredible main event, incredible co-main event. You do not want to miss those, which means you're going to have to shell out for our pay-per-view, ESPN Plus, and on DAZN. You got to buy these fights. This is going to be an incredible night as the champions from one organization, and former champions, I should say, square off against the champions from Bellator. There's your full card. Renan Ferreira, Impa Kasanganay. How about Ray Cooper III representing PFL here? He's a 2-time welterweight champion as he takes on Jason Jackson. That's a catchweight of 182 pounds. Bruno Capoloza, he had a heavyweight strap around his belt a couple of seasons ago in the PFL. Vadim Nemkov is making his heavyweight debut. He said, you know what, I'm gonna walk away from my light heavyweight title and chase heavyweight greatness. Thiago Santos, Yoel Romero, Clay Collard, AJ McKee. You cannot find a better card this year. And we're only into February. And they're not just fighting for the bragging rights, they're also fighting for the super belt. This is brand new to the sport of mixed martial arts. This is brand new to any sport. It's a trophy within a trophy. A beautiful belt with a ring embedded inside. I really want one of these. I already have the belt. I do not yet have the ring. Randy, even with all of your belt collected, you don't have one of those.
No, I do not have one of those. I want one of those too. They didn't make those when I was doing this either.
And this thing, Chael's so strong, you can't tell. That is one heavy piece of hardware.
Truly, I mean, we do the metric system over here. This thing's going about 5 kilograms, trust me.
A beautiful, beautiful prize. Every single one of these fighters wants to go home with the belt and the ring that accompanies it. Also, I told you about the bragging rights. The bragging rights really do matter. We talked to the fighters in the meeting, and every single one of them wants to say, my organization is better. Bellator is better than PFL. PFL fighters say, we don't get the respect we deserve. Well, they've got their flags, and they're going to literally and figuratively plant the flag with a win tonight here in Riyadh at Kingdom Arena. It all gets started, though, with an early card. We'll get to the pay-per-view, but how about starting it off the right way? A couple of local Saudi fighters, rising talents here from the region. Then we get to Claressa Shields, her return to the Smart Cage. Biagio Ali Walsh, the grandson of Muhammad Ali, making a highly anticipated pro debut. And a rematch that is 5 years in the making. Henry Corrales, Aaron Pico. Last time, Corrales derailed the hype train that was Aaron Pico. Pico is eyeing revenge here tonight in Riyadh. We're here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which has become really the capital of the combat sports world. All the big boxing events are now happening here, and of course, for the first time, major mixed martial arts comes here. And Chael, it's a talent-rich region that is now exploding with enthusiasm for this sport.
I love it, guys. Everything starts with a good rivalry, right? I mean, even on tonight's card, we got Saudi Arabia taking on India, and at the fighter meetings, this one was very tense. Even at the weigh-ins, when we did this ceremonially, Mike Tyson's out here. We got the loudest reaction, not for Iron Mike, but for these two athletes. They both got their countries here, and there's a lot on the line.
Randy, obviously, there's a long history of wrestling and the grappling arts here in the Middle East. Those seem to translate pretty well to mixed martial arts.
Wrestling is the greatest and oldest sport in the history of man for a reason. Look at our two main event fighters. Two very, very good wrestlers trying to go out and impose their will on their opponents tonight.
Look, It's the biggest card in the history of the PFL and the biggest card in the history of Bellator. So we've got the best crew here, including the lovely and talented Amanda Guerra.
Look, Sean, I'm just going to say, I know you want that ring. You're not cool enough. Stick with your Star Wars socks. That's a conversation for another day. You're talking about the history that this card is making. It is historic for another reason. We have the very first women's MMA event in Saudi Arabia. Claressa Shields going up against Kelsey DeSantis. So many people have questions about Claressa Shields making her return to the cage. Of course, we know her as the boxer, the two-time Olympic gold medalist. However, she says for the past several months, she's been working on her ground game. That says she does expect to get the knockout tonight. Another fight with knockout power. For more on that, I'm going to bring in my very good friend, Josh the Punk Thompson, two-time world champ. Josh, we get the grandson of Muhammad Ali making his debut tonight. You got to talk to him earlier. What did he tell you?
I just came from around the corner. He's done warming up. He looks clean. He looks crisp. He's on point. He looks focused. Look, this is the next step after his amateur career on being a professional. That first fight is always the most important because that leads you on to the rest of your career. This is opportunity to be great, just like his grandfather.
Just like his grandfather, a lot of pressure there. We're gonna see how it all unfolds. We'll send it back to you guys.
Here's your tail to tape for the opening fight of the night. Both of these fighters very young in life and in their careers. 22 years of age for Bashahel, 19 for Vinicius Pereira. You can see Pereira, the taller fighter. He also weighed in at that catchweight limit of 129.2. Both men with 67-inch reaches on the arms and 38-inch legs. Chael, give me these keys to victory.
Well, yeah, look, for Malik, I think he wants to get to the body. And I got to tell you that only because he does his best takedowns from there. Also, his chain submission attacks. That's the only way that he can really weaponize pace. Not to mention, his ground and pound is on point. And please understand, I'm not telling you just go to the ground. He's got to pound when he's there. You want to tell me about Vinicius, or should I take it from here?
I want you to tell me. I'm just here to bask in your knowledge.
Oh, and let's look at things in reverse, which is Vinicius, avoid the clinch if you can. Anytime that's happening, he's going to want to use his shoulder to bump him off. He's going to want to strike, he's going to want to move, and of course, attack that lead leg. That's his best opportunity to slow Malik down.
Andy Shepard, the voice of our PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh here in the beautiful kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And welcome to the Kingdom Arena, where tonight we are making history with this landmark Champions versus Champions event. And we begin tonight with a special amateur showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a freestyle specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 129.2 pounds and holds a perfect amateur record of 5 wins and no losses. Fighting out of Fortaleza, Brazil, Vinicius Morcego Pereira. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 124.9 pounds. And in his 20-fight amateur career, has built a record of 17 victories, 2 defeats, and 1 draw. Fighting out of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, Malek the Storm Basahel. Your referee in charge, Bashir Reda.
Referee is equipped with our ref cam, which means we can go inside the smart cage for a closer look at the action. Malik Bashahel, he's in the blue trunks. Vinicius Pereira in the black.
Round 1, fight!
First fight underway from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Sean O'Connell, Chael Sonnen, Randy Couture, cage side. Dan Hardy in the building as well. We'll hear from Josh Thompson, Amanda Guerra, and even Big John McCarthy joining us remote.
Football season just ended. They make such a big deal of home field advantage. Well, we got a home court advantage right now for Malik, who's in on a double.
Beautiful shot, nice follow through, drove, finished the takedown. Pereira trying to scramble. Notice both these guys wearing the puffy gloves. That's because this is an amateur outing. It's an 8-ounce glove rather than the 4-ounce glove that most of the pros will wear.
Great work by Ferreira to get back to his feet. Now Bashahel throws a strike and then drops for the takedown. First one, he just shot naked, Chael.
Malik's trying to, when he gets the takedown, he's trying to pass to the left and then correcting himself and going to the right. I think that's what gave Vinicius a little bit of time. There was nothing amateur about that scramble we just saw.
Beautiful shot, both of them as well.
We talk a lot about the level of activity you have to be comfortable with if you want to make it to the PFL Global season. It's 4 fights in about 7 months. Nice right hand from the top from Malek Bashahel. This young man fought 12 times last year. 12 times. 11-1 in those 12 fights. 8 of those were finishes. He is not shy about activity.
Bashahel comes from Jeddah, which is a fight center. There's a lot of fight gyms in that area. It's a port city here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. A lot of great fighters are going to come from that region.
I'm very impressed with the position of Malik. He didn't just end up here. See that? He's working for it. He's working to make Vinicius guess. However, I'd like to see Malik striking a little bit more. There's a couple of times where he can create distance and come down with a little bit more ground and pound. It's a part he could add.
Going with the shoulder pressure here. He is going to need to be careful if Vinicius Pereira recovers that guard. Pereira has 3 submission victories of his 5 total wins. Don't forget, this is just the first bout of the night. We've got a pay-per-view card coming. ESPN Plus pay-per-view in the United States. DAZN pay-per-view. Go to DAZN.com if you're part of our worldwide audience. If you're in the U.S., ESPN.com/PFL. Buy the pay-per-view. Renan Ferreira, Ryan Bader in our main event later tonight.
That's it. Let some punches go now. Head up.
Randy, I'm not clear on what Pereira's strategy is here. I understand what Michelle's trying to do, but Pereira's really just slowed the match. I haven't seen him try to stand up. I haven't even seen him try to lock submissions.
I think Malik is trying to pass very different. You know, he's trying to work hard to pass.
We will see round 2 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Fighter, ready.
Malek Bashahel, Saudi fighter in the blue. Vinicius Pereira, all the way from Brazil, in the black. Amateur showcase. You saw Bashahel start the round with that leg kick. Pereira throws the right hand to try and make him pay for it. Offers a right kick back. Oh, high kick to set up the shot from Malek Bashahel.
So important that he threw that high kick. I love that he worked his hands a little bit there, only to keep Vinicius guessing, right? We knew the double leg was coming, but you got to disguise it. He did a good job right there.
Nice sweep by Pereira to get up off the bottom and create this scramble, get to the body lock.
The hard whizzer from Malek Bashahel, but Pereira able to hang heavy down to the knees.
Bashahel with the whizzer, trying to counter the body lock position from Pereira. Bashahel wants to be careful here. Pereira is getting his back, got one hook in. He already stated he's got 3 submissions in his 5 victories.
There's that body triangle, the legs of Vinicius Pereira. Don't forget, sign up at DAZN.com to purchase the pay-per-view if you're part of our worldwide audience. ESPN.com/PFL if you're watching in the United States of America. Vinicius Pereira does have 3 submissions, as I mentioned in round number 1. Malek Bashahel is going to have to find a way to extricate this Brazilian from his back.
Bashahel trying to get his back onto the mat there. That's going to be option number 1. Option 2 is just to turn, get chest to chest with him, but that body triangle is fairly tight.
Bashahel's trying to go to the wrong side. He's got to switch and bring that locked in foot to the top side, and then he can turn in that lock.
Pierre's going to need to trick him a little bit here. Maybe feint an armbar, maybe throw a few punches at him to distract him. But if he just stays in this position, I really feel that Bashahell's going to be able to stalemate it.
So maybe this, almost turned out, Bashahel did. Very tight body lock. from Pereira.
Yeah, it's not a lack of effort by Michel. He put everything into that. His hips were trapped. You simply can't move if your hips are being controlled.
Final 30 seconds. These are amateur rounds, which means they only last for 3 minutes. Bashahel once again trying to turn out.
He's committed to it. He's committed to this one.
He gets all the way, and now he's in the body lock guard of Vinicius Pereira, who eats a couple of left hands. Nice flurry from the top at the end here from Malik Bashahel. Good right hand.
There's that ground and pound you were talking about, Chair.
Back for round 3 in our first bout of the evening. Malik Bashahel in the blue trunks. Vinicius Pereira made the trip from Brazil here to Saudi Arabia. He is in the black. Switching into stances here. Malik Bashahel trying to give a different look, potentially disguise another shot.
I'll tell you one thing about Pierre right now is his legs could be feeling a little bit like jelly. One thing about that body triangle, why it might appear to the audience that there's not a lot of effort there, there is a lot of strain. And I don't know how light on his feet Pierre is going to be right now.
Lead hook, snatches the leg. Bashahel once again on top of Vinicius Pereira. You see the development even in fight there, because the first shot we saw in round number 1, he threw it, he shot from distance. He didn't disguise it behind any strikes. Ever since, he's improved on that. That's listening to your coaches.
Punching his way into those takedowns. Very impressed with the wrestling and transition skills of Bashahel.
Yeah, look, Vinicius has 2 options here, guys. He can either scramble, get to his feet, try to land something, or he can look for the finish. I'm not sure he's committed to those finishes just yet. He still appears to me like he's looking for position, like he's got more time or more rounds. Time is ticking, gentlemen.
90 seconds left in this amateur bout. Bashahel once again gets the legs and pulls Vinicius Pereira and the hips out. Once again into the guard. Malik Bashahel, still an amateur, as we've mentioned several times, but already 20 fights into his mixed martial arts career. An extensive level of amateur experience. After a performance like this, if he can win, might be time to go pro.
Bashahel standing out of the guard of Pereira. Pereira back on his feet. Bashahel right back in on the double leg.
Randy, why do you suppose he stood up and let him up if he just wanted to take it back down? What do you think happened there? Was he feeling
maybe
something?
Just proving a point. It's hard to say. I mean, he's just taking him down at will.
First bout of the night here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Don't forget, if you want to see our main card, you have to purchase the pay-per-view. Sign up at DAZN.com to purchase. If you're in the United States, ESPN Plus, ESPN.com/PFL. That's how you find Champs versus Champs pay-per-view. Final 20 seconds. Good knee from Pereira up the middle, but it's Bashahel on the pressure once again.
And we might have saw it right there, Chael. He let him up again, and he punched him 3 times as he stood up. Maybe that's what he wanted to do, to walk up into one of those big shots.
Nice short hook from Bashahel. And a final shot. Our referee has both fighters in the center of the smart cage. And look, Chael, one of the things I always watch for when I'm seeing these amateurs who get an opportunity in a stage like this is, does the pressure affect them, or do they perform? I think Malik Bashahel answered the call tonight.
He is certainly a good actor, if not. I mean, he's composed right now, as is Vinicius. I've got to tell you, maybe they could have put out a little bit more effort, but that's one of the things that you learn about in this fight. You learn pacing in this sport, no different than any other.
Vinicius Pereira came into tonight 5-0. Malik Bashahel 17 wins, 2 losses, and 1 no contest as we await the judges' scorecards. Waiting for this judge's decision, I see Andy Shepard climbing back into the smart cage. Usually a good indication that the cards are in his hand.
I think what impressed me most was Basahel's transition skills. Those takedowns were very, very impressive. And I don't know if that was an indication of he didn't want to stand and strike with Pereira, or he just wanted to prove a point.
The voice of our smart cage, Andy Shepard, with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. The judges scored this bout 30-27, 29-28, and 30-27, all for your winner by unanimous decision, Malek the Storm Basahel!
So Malek Basahel, making his PFL debut, earns his 18th career win. Dan Hardy has the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Saudi Arabia's own Malek Basahel. My friend, how are you feeling after that performance?
مالك شو شعورك بعد هاي المنافسة القوية ضد your opponent Vinicius?
I felt good. He missed weight for 3 pounds, I think, so we had to make it catch weight, but a fight is a fight, and I came and tried my best.
He said that he came in prepared. He lost a couple of punches. He missed a couple of punches, but he came prepared, and he's ready to take on the next fight.
Malik, so you're the only amateur fight on this card, and we've had other great amateurs fight for PFL, the likes of Biagio Ali Walsh, who's turning pro today. You've had a lot of amateur fights. When do you think you'll be turning professional?
في عندك كتير amateur fights. واكيد في عندك استعدادات للبرو فايتس القادمه، كيف انت استعداداتك لهاي البطولات اللي راح تحضرها ان شاء الله؟
So we signed an amateur contract for 1 year, so this is my first time fighting amateur in PFL, so it depends on my team, depends on my coach Danny, who's here with me, and the team at AVT. When they want me to turn pro, I'll turn pro. If they want me to stay an amateur, I'll stay an amateur.
هو اكيد مستعد زي ما حكى مالك، هو هلا مبسوط وفخور باستعداداته وادائه في الاماتشور، بس اكيد كله بيرجع على التيم تبعه. اذا التيم تبعه هو حابب انه هو ينتقل الى البرو كومبيتيشن، هو اكيد جاهز.
Congratulations on a fantastic performance.
بس حاب اشكر كل احد جاء تشجعني، اصحابي، اهلي، والاتحاد السعودي للميه، والله يعطيكم الف عافيه. هي زبد بس.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Storm, Malek Basahel.
Here's a look at the tail of the tape for our second bout of the evening. This a pro contest at 145 pounds. Abdul Al-Qatani, 26. Eduardo Rao is 30 years of age. Al-Qatani, the taller fighter here, slightly heavier, and you can see longer arms belong to Abdullah Al-Qatani. Slight reach advantage on the legs there for Rao. Take a look at the keys to victory here once again, Chael Sonnen.
All right, listen, for our hometown boy, we need ferocity. Okay, he does his best work when there's chaos and when he gets the takedowns early. If he can get on his opponent's back, he can finish, but he can also transition to a very beautiful armbar. And when you're looking at our guest, Rao, he needs to be ready for a fast start. I love how Rao fights in rounds 2. I love how he fights in rounds 3. I have not historically loved his start. He needs to also feint kicks. That's what's going to open up the hands. And if he does get put down in his guard, not waste time. He's got a habit of hanging on and holding. He needs to start a scramble.
Andy Shepard, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is a featherweight showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a kickboxing specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145.7 pounds and holds a professional record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Andhra Pradesh, India, Eduardo Rao. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He went in officially at 146 pounds and has built a record of 7 victories and a single defeat. Fighting out of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the Ripper, Abdullah Al-Qatani. Your referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Brian Miner to oversee the action. Abdullah Al-Qatani is in the black trunks. Eduardo Rao is in the white.
Good. Well, these guys can't wait to get at each other.
Good. You ready? You ready? Fight.
Southpaw stance here for Rao, who opens early with an inside leg kick. Al-Qatani offers one back and immediately lands a right hand. Now the body lock.
Rao needs to dig inside here, get his hips back if he can. Good balance so far. He's using that fence to stay up. Good, Rao pulls him up. That was good defense.
Very nice balance by Rao. I thought he was going down, and he pulled that out.
Over-unders here and chest to chest. Al-Qatani doing some work on the legs with those knees. Rao looked to step across for a toss, but thought better of it.
Rao's last fight, you might find it interesting, was at 155 pounds. Yesterday, he weighed in for this fight at 145. He says he's on his way down to 135.
There's the body lock by Al-Qatani.
Muscles Rao down to the ground. Now Rao trying to climb that guard up.
John, when Randy would find himself in a top position like that, he would turn his opponent instantly, get their head touching the fence, and all of a sudden use that fence as a tag team partner. Al-Qatani wanting to do that, but perhaps hasn't quite been shown the pressure from this position yet.
Already a little blood from the nose of Eduardo Rao. Al-Qatani with plenty of time to work on top.
Nice job by Rao to slip that bottom leg out. It's like taking off a pantyhose and standing up. Al-Qatani gonna stay right in the clinch, right back to the body lock.
Hips by Rao. Frankly, that stand-up wasn't even done picture perfect. He just made it work. There was real good athleticism by Rao, and I'm glad to see him staying busy on bottom. Good strength here by both men.
Rao
Oh, nice big leg kick.
in an orthodox stance instead of that southpaw. Oh, nasty right hand at the end of a combination again from Al-Qatani. Spinning kick just misses for Rao.
If Rao is going to continue to favor those kicks, he has got to start doing what we call step.
Al-Qatani's in trouble.
Eduardo Rao dropped Al-Qatani, who wrestles out of it to a top position.
That was an opportunity for Rao. That was a missed opportunity. He's the one that should have finished this on top.
Go ahead. Edu, he's bleeding. Edu, you got him. You got him. Edu, take him down from there.
Couple of elbows from the bottom for Eduardo Rao. Al-Qatani head on the chest, trying to recover still.
Edu, make it. Edu, elbows.
Now gets some elevation.
Not often you see the guy that gets struck recover on top.
No damage.
I was thinking that too. I was thinking that from the judge's standpoint. Referee Brian Miner says that's fair game.
It was almost an illegal up kick.
Al-Qatani is a grounded opponent on his knees there, so even the up kick from the bottom can be called a foul.
You know what is to be done from here.
Doesn't call it.
It missed. Went right past Al-Qatani's face. The fact that he attempted it, it would have been a foul if it had landed.
Surprise him.
Sign up at DAZN.com to purchase the pay-per-view. Scan the QR code. Go to ESPN.com/PFL. Pay-per-view card coming later. We are in the second bout of the evening here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Abdullah Al-Qatani, Saudi fighter on top. Nice hammer fist. Eduardo Rao once again closes the guard.
I'd like to see Rao bring a knee in here. I'd like to see him create separation. I was so impressed with the stand-up he did about 3 minutes ago, but he hasn't gone back to it. And this is one thing that I've seen him do in other fights. He'll waste a little bit of time on the ground. There's no time to waste, particularly now. All the way up, Rao.
Look how exhausted he is. Feet on the hips and kicked Al-Qatani away. Tries a lancing left hand there. Big breaths here from Eduardo Rao, who goes chest to chest again. The knees are missing, now one straight up the middle. Al-Qahtani offers one back and marches Eduardo Rao back to the smart cage barrier. Now to the back. Big toss! Abdullah Al-Qahtani belly to back.
Rao's still moving. I tell you, I see him on his feet. I get a little concerned here. I thought the energy was fading, but when it's time to scramble, he is still in this fight for now.
Nice pass by Al-Qahtani. Rao getting his legs right back in the fight, though. Rao seems to have some power. When he stood up and landed that left hand, that hurt Al-Qahtani again. Didn't wobble him, didn't drop him, but definitely landed a clean shot.
Final few seconds of the round. Interesting back and forth. Both men had their moments in round number 2.
The referee needs to see that door is still open. All right, hey guys, I want to tell you one thing about Rao, just in case he comes out leg kick heavy like he did in the previous round. He's got to start stepping off line. Al-Qahtani throws it straight down the middle every time Rao throws a kick, and Rao's the one that ends up paying for it.
Couple of kicks, but not to the leg. Third kick of this round now for Eduardo Rao. Nice 1-2 from Abdullah Al-Qahtani.
Rao's still showing some signs of fatigue. He's got the wobble. Guys get tired. You see that little wobble in their legs and their head.
A lot of grit here from Eduardo Rao. Oh, good trip.
Nice. Very nice body lock trip by Al-Qahtani. And some hammer fists now from Al-Qahtani from cross-side position.
He's thinking he can finish this. Al-Qahtani's starting to open up a little bit here. Rao pulling pressure on the head. If Al-Qahtani can get his head free, separate, get some space, he's going to need a little bit more power in those shots for referee Brian Miner to stop it.
Nice elbow from the top. Abdullah Al-Qahtani taking advantage of the rule set change here.
Rao doing a good job of getting his legs in the fight. Pulling guard. Now trying to climb with those legs. Al-Qahtani with the hammer fist.
Hey, he's looking to get him out of here, Randy. How much energy does Al-Qahtani have? I mean, that's a lot of strikes. They accumulate, but for both guys.
I think he sees the wobble, he smells the fatigue, and he's turning up the pace. That's exactly what I would do.
Good left hand work here from Abdullah Al-Qahtani. Side control. Cross body. Rao trying to stay in this fight, getting his legs back involved.
Qahtani going to need a little more separation for the power needed to get a TKO here, but I see what he's going for. I see that he thought there was opportunity. He tried to seize it. You can do very good ground and pound even from a guy's guard, but only if you create separation first. That begins with getting control of the wrist, and that's one thing Al-Qahtani's not doing.
Hammer fist down the middle. Al-Qahtani might have heard Chael Sonnen cage side because he immediately grabbed that wrist. We talked to Rao about his nickname, Eel Badger. Badger not good enough, eel not good enough. He goes Eel Badger, two fearsome animals. A chimera of sorts.
That was a classic explanation in the fighter interview.
Al-Qahtani says, you know what? This ground and pound's not working. Stand up and let me put my hands on you.
Again, I think he smells the fatigue here. Oh, beautiful spinning.
I tell you what, every time I think Eduardo Rao is gassed, he explodes again, but so does Abdullah Al-Qahtani for another takedown.
Yeah, Rao's got things he can work on, but being a quitter is not one of them. This guy did come to fight.
Control them. Keep moving. Keep your head moving.
Sean, in my Team Quest days, before I would have a fight, Randy Couture would always tell me to imagine that the mat is hot, the mat is like lava. Now that expression is for when you get taken down and your back is against it. Say when Rao is out now, that you have an urgency, that you hurry, you create space, you get back to your feet. Maybe you scoot over to the fence, get an underhook, do something to scramble back up. That's one thing when Rao watches this later. If I could offer him something, that is one thing that he really does need to work on.
I appreciate the explanation, but I have a 4-year-old, so I know the floor is lava quite well. Abdullah Al-Qahtani working on the body.
You know, I must tell you, I'm a little disappointed. You're telling me Randy did not make that up? I thought that was a Randy. I thought he coined it. What do you mean you know? You mean Randy also told you?
You didn't know I've been babysitting this 4-year-old?
Head kick misses there. Randy is old enough to have invented Flores lava. And here's that body lock again.
He has made a living from this position in this fight.
I want Rao to pummel in. I like Rao on his feet. I want to see him pummel and get those hips back. He does a very good job here.
Great action in this fight. More action to come on our pay-per-view card. Sign up at DAZN.com to purchase the pay-per-view. If you're in the United States, it's ESPN Plus or ESPN.com/PFL. Nice elbow from Al-Qahtani as they break in the final 20 seconds of this third round. Eduardo Rao says, I still got more for you.
It's almost like drunken kung fu from Rao. He looks wobbly like he's going to go down, and then he rips a straight one right at your head.
Well, he says he's an artist. Might be a little Jackson Pollock in his style. We will hear the final bell and get a decision. I got to apologize to our audience. There's been so much action in this fight. I thought we were already through round number 3. Abdullah Al-Qahtani in the black, Eduardo Rao in the white. Doctor checking him out. Rao wants to continue. Referee and doctor both agree that he can. Third and final frame now.
I'm interested who called for the doctor. Generally, that won't happen unless there's blood involved. Well, perhaps there was a poke in the eye that a corner wanted to see. And there, Al-Qahtani making it pay again. Rao has got to put that chin down. Al-Qahtani getting it nice and tight.
Jill, I think it's the wobble we're seeing from Rao that caused the doctor to want to look at it. Nice left hand sneaks in, and the referee waves it off. A big finish for Al-Qahtani on home soil.
That's the right call.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Brian Miner calls a halt to the action at 23 seconds of round number 3, declaring your winner via TKO, Abdullah Al-Qahtani!
Abdullah Al-Qahtani continues to impress. Makes it 3-0, 8-1 overall, 2 knockouts. Dan Hardy is with our winner.
Ladies and gentlemen of Saudi Arabia, I am here with your champion, Abdullah Al-Qahtani. What a fantastic fight that was, my friend.
Assalamu alaikum, Saudiya. Alhamdulillah, سويناه بين أرضنا وجمهورنا. اللهم لك الحمد. شكرا لوجودكم كلكم هنا. حمسوني وشجعتوني. لولاكم ما كنت وصلت هنا. شكرا سعودية.
That was a really tough fight. He was a very durable opponent. Was that a surprise for you? Did you think you were going to be able to stop him first round?
Look, I want to stop him in the first round, but I go like the plan with my coach, with my team, and yeah, you see what happened.
And what about this event? What about being able to perform in Saudi Arabia in front of these amazing people?
You know, I'm so happy here. I feel all these people, it's with me, like we fight like one-man army. Yeah.
And what about mixed martial arts in Saudi Arabia? It's clearly on the rise, superstars like you on the rise. What's next for you?
Yeah, what's next for me, maybe it's a surprise today. They're gonna say something here, and yeah, I'm in, and soon I will back in the cage and make something crazy like today.
We have some good news to announce very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Abdullah Al-Qahtani.
Kelsey DeSantis, 35 years of age. Claressa Shields is 28. DeSantis is 1 inch taller. Both women came in at that 165-pound catch weight, slightly under. Slight reach advantage on the arms, favoring Claressa Shields. Chael Sonnen, give me your keys to victory one more time.
Oh, Claressa Shields got to keep this on her feet. Look, to do that, she's going to need some footwork. Okay, she's going to need to avoid the clinch. Don't even get there. Keep your back off the fence. Don't forget this is a world world-class boxer. Her first punches are to set you up. It's that second and third shot that's looking to finish it. And for Kelsey, nothing surprising here. She needs to switch those stances, because what that does is it prompts Claressa to believe that a kick is coming, not knowing if the hands or the feet are coming. It's a big advantage that Kelsey's got. Not to mention, she needs to early weather the storm, particularly early. Claressa Shields is not happy about her last fight. She's looking to prove something in just a minute.
The following fight is a special showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 164.6 pounds and holds a record of 1 win and 2 losses. Fighting out of Boca Raton, Florida, Kelsey DeSantis. And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She stands 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed in officially at 164.4 pounds and holds a pro MMA record of 1 victory and 1 defeat. She comes to the cage as a 2-time Olympic gold medalist and 3-division boxing world champion. Fighting out of Flint, Michigan, the GOAT, Claressa Shields. Your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley will oversee the action. Claressa Shields in the blue, Kelsey DeSantis in the black and white.
All right, ladies, this is what you work for right here. Ready? Ready? Let's go to work.
Right to the center of the smart cage, no touch of the gloves. DeSantis pokes out a kick.
This is interesting. Shields' footwork already is interesting, guy. Okay, now she's starting to move just a little bit, but she came out a moment ago and planted her feet.
I think that little kick attempt got her attention.
Randy, you and I both had Olympic fever. I mean, come on, we're looking at a 2-time gold medalist. This is something real special here in Shields, right in front of us.
This is the 3rd fight I've seen Claressa fight, and she is very impressive. Her willingness to put herself in some uncomfortable positions in something she's never done before is very commendable.
Showing the jab, so far hasn't committed really to anything. She did offer a kick attempt. Oh, nasty right hand, and now Claressa Shields is swinging away.
Fighting is all about range. She's got to find that range where she can get into those exchanges. Obviously, DeSantis is trying to stay out of that kicking range. Make sure Shields can't reach her with those hands.
Claressa appears to be deliberate in not pumping that jab as much as she had in the past. It's almost like she maybe saw this as an opportunity. There's another good straight. DeSantis has the clinch. She needs to do something with it here, Randy.
Shields did a nice job of framing off on the head of DeSantis and turning the tide and spinning DeSantis to the fence.
And Claressa Shields made a point in the fighter meetings to talk about this. She says it's not just stand-up and not just groundwork. There's a 3rd fight in mixed martial arts that she had to learn about, and that was this: clinch work, cage work. It can be incredibly exhausting, and knowing what to do here is something that she prides herself on learning.
Let's go, Kelsey. Wake up, let's go.
Good defense by
Kelsey
Claressa.
DeSantis tried to step across. Shields negates it. And now throws a left hand up over the guard, offering some knees. Let's hear from Big John McCarthy. We haven't checked in with Big John. Big John, it's a totally different rule set for Claressa Shields. Is she adapting well in her 3rd fight?
I think she's adapting beautifully. You don't see boxers going to MMA. You see MMA fighters going to boxing because that's part of what they train in. But right here is where Claressa Shields is in a position where boxers never want to be. Take a look where she's at and look at she's calm. That's the most important thing. Take your time, think yourself out of the position, and get yourself back to your feet.
She's got the right side underhook. Well, left side, correct side underhook, I should say. Her left underhook under Kelsey DeSantis, who now tries to work from the top.
By the way, in this showcase bout, there will be no elbows.
I do admire the calmness of Claressa, what's more surprising to me is that Kelsey isn't sensing the opportunity she has right here. She's not looking to pass from this position. I'm wondering if that's strategic or if a couple of those shots by Claressa got through and Kelsey's shaking the cobwebs. Either way, I'm a little surprised that Kelsey isn't looking to advance here. I would think this is where her and her team wanted this match to go.
It would appear that she could, if she wanted to, slide that right leg through to a full mount potentially. Now pushing Claressa Shields back against the cage right in front of her own corner.
We saw Shields in her first MMA fight against Brittany Elkin get fully mounted and stay very composed and find a way to work herself out of that position to win the fight.
Final minute of this first round, catchweight bout between Claressa Shields, who now is mounted. Kelsey DeSantis has 1 minute to work from this mount position.
And here again, Kelsey is being deliberate. She's taking a deep breath. John McCarthy just said, stay calm, find a way out of a position. Kelsey's doing the opposite. She's staying calm. Okay, she's with an armbar.
Here's an armbar attempt from Kelsey DeSantis. She fell back on it.
Chris is pushing that toe. She actually wants to push the leg off of her head.
DeSantis does have some good extension, but maybe her hip's not quite deep enough on the arm of Claressa Shields, who now...
Claressa could just push up one more time and come all the way over.
Close to getting out of there.
Oh, that arm is bending a little bit the wrong way, but Claressa Shields refusing to tap. Now getting her legs involved, climbing over the head of Kelsey DeSantis in these final seconds of round number 1. Big threat from DeSantis.
Don't kick the face. Do not kick the face. Stop.
I'm going to guess you're going to see Claressa Shields let her hands go at the start of this round.
One thing about Claressa that we learned in her first fight, those grappling exchanges tend to upset her a little bit as we open round number 2. It's Shields with right hand in the combination in the blue. Kelsey DeSantis is in the black and white.
Well, Randy called that one right. I mean, Shields walking her down as well. Look, I'd like to see Shields if she could fight her. I'd like to see her keeping Kelsey's back up against the fence. Every inch of ground that Claressa gives is bad news. Every inch she takes is very wide.
Nice sprawl.
Claressa, no jab at all. She led with a cross on that one.
Yep, straight 2, right down the pipe.
Randy, tell me about the mentality coming out for both of these fighters, because if you're Kelsey DeSantis, you want a body shot from Claressa. If you're DeSantis, you got Claressa Shields down where you wanted her, you got the tight submission attempt, and it bears no fruit. And if you're Claressa Shields, you got yourself in trouble and you survived. I mean, it's a different mindset for each fighter coming in.
I think we're seeing the warrior spirit of Claressa Shields here. She didn't like where she was at in that first round. She was going to come out now in the second round and change that. I've seen a little fatigue in DeSantis, a little hesitation here. She knows where she wants to be, but she's not working to get herself there.
And in these combinations, DeSantis starting to turn away when she feels that power of Claressa Shields. That's not something you can do often and get away with it against a 2-time Olympic champion in boxing.
Again, nice framing by Claressa. DeSantis trying to get where she needs to be.
Just misses with the big right hand. You can see the speed and power of Claressa Shields' hands. So far, Kelsey DeSantis able to avoid, though, the true knockout shot.
Shields backing to the center. DeSantis backing to the cage. DeSantis wants to use that fence and try and trap her and try and catch her and knock her down, trip her again. Shields backing her out into the striking.
I think Shields has surprised herself a couple of times. She's connected and almost not gone with the flurry. But I also have to admire that patience. When she dipped to the body, she came back upstairs. She's doing what she wants to do, and she's staying composed. That's tough. When you come from boxing background, another shovel hook to the body. Sean, you ever been hit with one of those? Right there in the body like that? Oh, my goodness.
I have. A time or two. I didn't get hit often, Chael, but when I did, it hurt.
Yeah, Sean's head movement was amazing.
Claressa Shields once again, the right hand starting.
DeSantis taking him, boy.
There's another right hand that sneaks just over that guarding hand for Kelsey DeSantis.
There's the body lock.
And once again, DeSantis, with 2 minutes left, able to drag Claressa Shields down. But for how long?
she's going to have to do something with it. By the way, these judges are not going to give her a round. I know we got 2 minutes left, but the force, they're not going to give her a round just for position.
Nice hand control by Shields.
Did some real
damage.
Doing a
good job to stand back up. She's trying to use that hand control to turn and face her opponent.
Kelsey DeSantis hanging heavy on the back, taking some deep breaths here. A lot of fatigue showing. 2 minutes left-ish in round number 2. Kelsey DeSantis is in the black and white. Claressa Shields is in the blue. And immediately on the separation, offers a right hand and a left hook.
Well, you can tell Claressa Shields did a lot of work on the cage because she's really done some great things. Framing, scrambling out of some positions.
Kelsey's a little high for my liking on her grappling attempts. A lot of stuff has been up around the head or the neck, even the shoulders. Need to see her down to those hips or lower. I could live with the thighs and the hamstrings, but she got to get a little bit lower on the body to control our Olympic champion.
As you talk about control, you see Claressa Shields there. She grabbed the wrist of Kelsey DeSantis to prevent the locking of hands.
Framing out again. Look for her to punch her way out of this situation. Framing the head.
Offers a knee.
She's turning into a mixed martial artist, guys, right before our eyes.
A little dirty boxing there.
Yeah, buddy.
Kelsey's conceding that position a little too easy. Kelsey really needs to push Claressa's back up against the fence and keep her own off. It's a bit of a surprise. This is a grappling realm, guys. It doesn't have to be on the ground to be wrestling. They're wrestling on their feet.
Shields on DeSantis' back now.
A little duck under into the back. DeSantis able to get out of that position quickly. Under 30 seconds here in round number 2. Feature bout here on our early card. We've got a pay-per-view card coming up. Champs versus champs as Claressa Shields goes with the flurry and the body work again, this time with the right hand.
Oh, those body shots are hurting her.
And then the right hand came over the top. Kelsey DeSantis might be saved by the bell here.
How slow?
Big deep breaths there in the corner for Kelsey DeSantis. The look on Claressa Shields' face as she was walking back to the corner, incredulous, angry. She wants to get Kelsey DeSantis out of here.
She's like, what's keeping you standing up? I've hit you with everything but the kitchen sink, and you're still here.
Round number 3 begins. Claressa Shields, the 2-time Olympic boxing gold medalist in the blue. Kelsey DeSantis, the United States Marine, in the white and black.
Oh, a kick from Claressa. Now, that's not something I would have expected to see.
And I like Claressa's idea of backing DeSantis up, but I'm a little surprised DeSantis is letting her. I'm a little surprised DeSantis is one, like she did in the first round, putting Claressa's back and shoulders against that fence.
A little advancing here from DeSantis, but she gets backed up with that right hand again.
On and off the track. Don't let her draw you towards the cage. Bring her back to the center of the cage. Windshield wiper, control the tempo.
Claressa Shields listening well to her coaching. Coaches said, don't let her draw you back towards the cage. They don't want that clinch work. They don't want that dirty boxing.
That's exactly what DeSantis is trying to do. That overhand right. Oh, boy, that was a big one, too.
On the separation, she just threw that short overhand right up, right into the jaw of Kelsey DeSantis, who eats it for lunch and dinner.
DeSantis is tough as an old leather boot. I mean, she's taking some real shots. Her face stays straight, man. She's playing poker out there, man. She's got this straight face. I'm very impressed by that. Guys, I got to tell you, by the way, unofficial scorecard I'm keeping over here. I got this one apiece. This whole fight comes down to the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Good left hand on the exit. You see the footwork. She adapted it for mixed martial arts. And here's a flurry. Referee looking closely. Kerry Hatley.
DeSantis is in trouble here. Yeah, and that body work in the first and second round is paying off.
Look at the disparity of the strikes as we look at the fight stats. Claressa Shields has landed almost 80 punches. Kelsey DeSantis registering 0 on the meter right now. Don't forget about
elbow. Great sprawl by Claressa. Don't get carried away.
Kelsey, even to pull guard would be wise. And now she's controlling the hips a little bit. Kelsey DeSantis getting down to the hips.
After a nice sprawl from Claressa Shields, nice work by Kelsey DeSantis to doggedly pursue that takedown. They're not on the ground, but DeSantis in the good position here.
Nice hand work, hand fighting by Claressa.
Now DeSantis.
Gotta be careful here.
Mounted. Claressa Shields.
This is a tremendously important position, guys. As we have less than half of the final round, I think they're one apiece. I mean, it really is important. You're talking damage. I get that Shields is doing well, but DeSantis has enough time here to possibly sway this one back.
Well,
I'm not sure if she's got the energy to sway this one back.
You made the point earlier. You're not going to get around just for position, just for control. After the first half of this round, where we saw Claressa Shields landing, if this fight is indeed tied on the scorecards coming in to round number 3, if you're Kelsey DeSantis, you have half a round to work and try to steal this round back.
She's trying to set up the armbar again.
I think that's too big of a risk, Randy.
Yeah, she gives up top position.
That's right. She's in mount. She's got the fence there. I think she's got a real opportunity to do some pounding.
90 seconds in round number 3. Feature bout on our early card. Pay-per-view card still to come. PFL champs versus Bellator champs. Super belts on the line.
Notice DeSantis is allowing Claressa to stay in this position or to move her head towards the middle. That's opposite of what she wants to do. DeSantis wants to drive that head of Claressa into the fence. That'll keep her here for the rest of the night.
Randy, what's the advice to Claressa Shields in this position if you're in her corner with 1 minute left in this fight?
You see what she's trying to do? She's trying to go to an elbow escape there, but she's trying to do it with her hand. She's got to switch her hips, get on one cheek, and push that knee down and find a way to get out of there. If I'm her coach, she's going to spend a week in this position after this until she feels very comfortable getting out of this spot.
She made the switch to Murcielago Mixed Martial Arts up there in Lansing, Michigan. DeSantis with 30 seconds. Still on top.
30 seconds, Kelsey, 30 seconds.
Pushing through some real fatigue. There's a lot of compliments I could give to Kelsey finishing this round here. But guys, I don't think she's done enough damage. I think she needs separation. Let those hands go, reach complete exhaustion, even in these last 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's too little too late. Just getting to the mount is enough to win the round, in my opinion.
I don't think either of these fighters should feel overly comfortable that the judges saw this go their way. That's just something you can't always trust in mixed martial arts. Andy Shepard has the official scorecards.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Referee Brian Miner scores about 28-29 for Shields. Ben Cartlidge scores about 29-28 for DeSantis. And Mohamed Hadi scores about 28-29 for your winner via split decision, Claressa Shields!
Claressa Shields' second victory in her pro mixed martial arts career by a narrow margin on the split decision. All that matters is that dub goes in the win column and you can see the elation.
She should be proud of herself because she has really, really improved since the last time we saw her, Sean.
Absolutely. I mean, you see the growth even in bad positions. I think a wise man said, you don't have to be perfect, you have to be effective. No. She was just effective enough. Dan Hardy has the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Claressa Shields. Relief, is that the look on your face right now?
First, I just want to thank God. I want to thank Saudi for having me here. I want to thank the PFL. I had such a hard camp. Like, it's not easy what I'm trying to do, and I've been so respectful of the sport. And I put in a lot of hard work for this. And I'm just gonna go back to the gym and work harder, but I almost got my arm snapped in the freaking arm bar. Had to fight out of that. I couldn't quite figure it all the way out the 3rd round, but I know I had a strong 1st round, and I definitely had a hard 2nd, and I won the beginning of the 3rd round. So I just wanna thank Kelsey and her team for accepting the fight. And just wanna thank my team, Mercy, Team Joaquin, Coach Justin. They pushed me so hard in camp. It was days in camp where I was literally holding in tears, and I was not considering going back to the gym because it was just so hard. But I forced myself to go back, and that's how I got the win tonight.
That was a very well-earned victory. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Claressa Shields.
Claressa Shields, victorious again inside the PFL Smart Cage. Tail the tape here, Biagio Ali Walsh, 25 years of age. You can see Emmanuel Palacio, 19. Biagio Ali Walsh is the taller fighter, the heavier fighter, the longer armed and legged fighter. He's got reach advantages here. Chael, I don't want you to give me keys to victory. I want them from Dan Hardy.
You know, he's done such a great job with them. So, of course, Biagio, he's got to stay composed with pressure. He was getting a little too overzealous in his amateur career. That's got to be something to fix. Building off the jab and damaging the lead leg will be a key. For Paseo, he's got to stay off the fence. The level changes under the punches will be a great threat for him, and then submissions from the top position.
Andy Shepard is inside the Smart Cage.
The following lightweight fight is a special showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 152.6 pounds and holds a record of 1 win and no losses. Fighting out of San Francisco, Solano, Argentina, Emmanuel Palacio. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 155.4 pounds. And tonight, he makes his professional MMA debut. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Biagio Ali Walsh. Referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley equipped with the ref cam. He can take us inside the Smart Cage for a closer look. Biagio Ali Walsh in the black trunks, Emmanuel Palacio in the white. 3 5-minute rounds at 155 pounds. Pro debut for Biagio Ali Walsh. Second pro fight in the career of Emmanuel Palacio.
All right, gentlemen, here we go. Switch work for you. Ready? Ready? Let's go work.
Touch of the gloves between these two competitors. Ali Walsh claims the center of the Smart Cage.
I like this steady start. Oh, straight in for a takedown. Wow, what power.
Up and down, Biagio Ali Walsh goes. Emmanuel Palacio doesn't mind the groundwork, but usually prefers to be on top.
And a debut versus somebody with a little more experience. Walsh, in the future, when he gets a takedown this close to his fence, will turn his opponent, try to get their head right against that fence, almost use it as a backstop, almost like a tag team partner if you get used to using it well. Palacio, not very active right now. I expected a little bit more movement from him. When I watched Palacio's other fights, he's got a pretty active guard. There's the scramble.
Scrambles and sneaks out the back door, but right back into a clinch goes Biagio Ali Walsh.
Battle for wrist control at close range here. Biagio needs to get that head position.
Palacio's going to need a little urgency here. He's going to need a little movement. Possibly get an underhook with his right arm, change his position, put Walsh up against the fence.
We saw in the tail of the tape that these two men weighed in about 3 pounds apart. Biagio Ali Walsh is clearly the larger fighter in this matchup. Using that strength and size, and once again bullying Emmanuel Palacio to the mat.
Beautiful inside reap and circles his opponent off the fence as well to take that opportunity to escape away. But Palacio's going to be busy off his back here. He was working for a strong overhook previously. We've got to be careful of him trying to sneak up submissions here as Biagio starts to open up and strike.
Tonight in this fight and from this position, Biagio Ali Walsh can utilize a weapon that his grandfather was never able to deploy in his illustrious career. Elbows are allowed in our champs versus champs card. That's a departure from our normal PFL rule set. We're back to the unified rules here. Biagio Ali Walsh talked about potentially using elbows.
Walsh has surprised me. The body lock, the takedowns, the control up against the fence, it surprised me. However, I'm equally as surprised at his lack of activity from the ground. Look, he's got to get that head off of his opponent's chest. Whether he wants to clear up the sit-up, we call this posturing, so he can get some power on those punches, or if he wants to pass, he's going to need to do one of the two. The referee is not going to let him stay in this position all night.
2 minutes left in round number 1. Manuel Palacio hanging on the head, potentially looking to earn that stand-up from Kerry Hatley, who so far has yet to intervene in this groundwork.
Also worth noting, this is the first time that Biagio's done 5-minute rounds as well, transitioning from his amateur career in threes. There's a nice elbow on the break.
Palacio really has two options here, guys. He can either start to look for a submission, or he can start to cause a scramble and look for an escape. And I'm bringing that to you because there is a third option. It just doesn't gain favor with judges, which is to stay here and defend yourself. Self-defense is a very nice term. If you want to win in this contest, if you want to win the smart cage, you're going to need a little self-offense, and that is what Palacio isn't doing so far.
And he allowed Biagio Ali Walsh to advance his position to this crossbody side control. And heavy shoulder pressure. Dan, what's the strategy with Palacio grabbing and locking down on this head?
I don't think he was expecting this game plan from Biagio. I don't think he was prepared to be fighting off his back at this early on in the fight. Anybody that's watched Biagio's amateur career, you can see the fast, powerful hands that he's been utilizing to dispatch his opponents. This is a very, very different version that we're seeing of him. Maybe he just needed to get this first round out of the way, get a couple of takedowns, maybe put that doubt in Palacio's mind that there is a grappling game on the table as well, and then that might open up his strikes in the second.
Sign up at DAZN.com. Purchase the pay-per-view of our main card, Champs versus Champs. The super belt will be contested in our final 4 bouts of the evening.
All right, here we go again. And Palacio again, not showing an urgency.
Flying knee attempted there from Biagio Ali Walsh. Left hook landed from Palacio, who now starts to get to work with the hands. Another one lands.
Stop.
That one was after the bell. Guys, I have to ask this question. Did Dennis Davis and the camp at Extreme Couture say, you know what, Biagio, in your pro debut, we think you're a lot better than this guy. We want to see you bang some cage time. We want to see you take this guy down. Let's prove to people that you're a complete mixed martial artist. Is that what we saw in round 1? Because now the hands are going in round 2.
Yeah, he's letting him go now, isn't he? And everything starts with that jab. That's that traditional, everything starts with the jab. There's the 1-2. Hey, if you can hit him once, you can hit him twice.
Palacio did land another hook there, and that is something about Biagio Ali Walsh's style that I love, but I think that his coaches might not like so much, is he is willing to eat punches in order to give them back.
Lovely calf kick, and nice. 2 punches on the break there.
Nothing we've seen from Walsh tonight has been one shot at a time. It is punches and bunches.
That leg is compromised. He's having a hard time kind of resetting the balance. They might have deadened his foot, that big calf kick.
Fast hands.
But Palacio offers a jab. At the end of every one of Biagio Ali Walsh's combinations, he's eating a punch from Palacio. Now, he's still landing more than his opponent, but he is taking some damage back as he tests that high kick.
Palacio's not afraid to stay in that range. I'm being a little critical of the young man, but he's got a big career ahead of him. I'd like to see him a little more busy, throwing a little more at the wall. He elected to be in this position. If you're electing to be in guard, then I must believe as a viewer that you have a technique or submission you'd like to attempt from here. But that's not what Palacio did. He pulled guard, he grabbed the head, and he's staying still.
Again, both of these fighters very, very early in their careers. Palacio came in 1-0 as a pro. Biagio Ali Walsh is making his pro debut. So you're going to learn some lessons in fights like this. Pay-per-view main card later tonight, available on ESPN Plus, ESPN.com/PFL.
This is better work now from Biagio. Now he's pummeled his hands on the inside, taking them off the mat. This will open up opportunities for short elbows. The hand on the mat, the arm on the mat makes me nervous because there's overhooks there that can be threatened. I would like to see more activity from Palacio off the floor, though.
Dan, I've never been coached up on how to referee a fight, but if a fighter elects, as Chael said, to put himself in this position. Then he kind of hangs on for the stand-up. As a referee, are you saying, even subconsciously, I'm not standing you up, you put yourself here?
I don't know. I mean, I think if the action slows down, the smart thing to do for the referee would be to stand them back up, and I think there's the first warning there. The reality is Palacio is feeling the power in the punches and elbows of Biagio. So anytime he's in this position, he's going to hold on to it and just close that space down.
Stand-up happens. Just over 2 minutes left in round number 2. Right back to the heavy punches they go. Nice uppercut there from Palacio, but then he gets himself backed up and eats a combination from Biagio Ali Walsh.
A flying knee, wow. Of all the things, we saw a body lock, then we saw head kicks, now we've seen a flying knee from Walsh. Really looks very good. His composure is on point. Guys, by the way, there's intangibles such as pace. How hard can you push? Walsh really doing a good job of showing his level of fitness for this fight.
Got to be careful of that guillotine. Palacio's got one arm in, but it does seem to be under the neck if he can reach his hands together. Biagio looking to hand fight here.
Palacio doesn't have control of Ali Walsh's hips, so he's going to have to abandon that. And now into the half guard for Biagio Ali Walsh. We'll see if he can advance further from here and do some damage from the top position. So far has had some trouble tonight doing so. Under 1 minute in round number 2. Sean O'Connell, Chael's son, and Dan Hardy cage side. Randy Couture also in the building, as is Josh the Punk Thompson, Amanda Guerra. Big John McCarthy standing by remotely.
There were some good body shots from Biagio there. Palacio's being active, but he doesn't even have his half guard closed here. Biagio is sitting on that leg, making it very difficult for him to move his hips at all.
Dan, I do not believe that Palacio is fatigued. I don't think he's reached exhaustion. However, he's fighting as though he is. He's fighting as though he's worried about using too much energy. I feel like he's got more left and not enough volume.
Final 10 seconds of round number 2. Biagio Ali Walsh will finish this second frame on top of Emmanuel Palacio. What are you telling Emmanuel Palacio, Dan?
I'm telling them that he needs to be more active. Of course, Biagio is getting caught with those counter hooks. As he's opening up with his punching strikes, he's not pulling himself out of range every time. Palacio needs to work that lead leg and start countering those headshots.
Ready? Let's go to work.
Quick hug to start round number 3. Display of sportsmanship here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
heavy leg kick.
Display of sportsmanship. I mean, I've seen the round 3 hug, but it's when we're like having a war or we're split one apiece. Palacio has lost 10 minutes of a 10-minute fight.
Wow. Beautiful timing.
The explosiveness on those level changes from Biagio Ali Walsh shows you something of his background. He was an elite college football player. It's just a tackle. It's just a form tackle, Chael.
And what position, by the way?
He was a defensive back,
really
good running back as well in high school football.
I mean, I can see the power. I can see that explosiveness. I would have guessed receiver. Special teams, return the ball. For example, I do see a special athlete here.
Biagio Ali Walsh inside control. His parents cage side, watching nervously as their son makes his long-awaited professional mixed martial arts debut. Palacio hanging on the head, locking himself down.
Von Flue choke. Potential Von Flue choke here if Biagio gets his hands together and applies that shoulder pressure.
He thought about it for a moment. It's one of those chokes, Dan, that if you don't practice it a lot, it's kind of hard to get the right angle and pressure.
Very true. But as soon as a fighter gets their arm stuck, as you can see, Palacio's left hand is stuck with the glove. Biagio should be able to pressure into his face with his shoulder here. Beautiful control, though.
Walsh is tight. You'll notice where his knee is in relation to his opponent's body. That's so that he can hold the position. That's so that Palacio can't regain guard. Creates a little space. First thing Palacio does, bring that knee in, get back to full guard.
Our main card tonight, available only on pay-per-view. DAZN.com, if you're part of our worldwide audience, to purchase that pay-per-view. If you're in the United States, ESPN Plus, ESPN.com/PFL. Go purchase the pay-per-view so you can see a main event between Renan Ferreira and Ryan Bader. Winner of that fight will welcome Francis Ngannou to the Smart Cage when he returns from boxing to the sport of mixed martial arts. So the stakes in our main event ratcheted up this week when Francis made that announcement.
Feel like we're going to get either a warning or a stand-up straight away in a moment. There are punches landing, but they're just not consequential enough, I feel, to maintain this position.
Let's go.
Here's the stand-up. No doubt we're going to see Biagio open up with his hands again, and he started to step in with some hard elbows as well. He was doing that in the second round. There's the calf kick into a body lock, takedown, scrambles the top position. Palacio back in with Biagio in his closed guard.
When you have a fight for 3 rounds and you're stood up twice for inactivity, that's not great. That's not a wonderful sign where you're going to be excited to see Ray Sefo or Dan Hardy in the back and say, hey guys, how did I do? But who is to blame? And I got to put a lot of the blame on Palacio. He's asked for this position a couple of times. He's worked hard to get to this position. He's shown skill to get here, but then he hasn't done anything with it. And that's been a bit of a surprise for me.
I wonder if there are some pro debut nerves going on as well for Biagio.
Understandable that both of these fighters on a stage like this, good elbow there from the top, would feel some nerves. What you don't want is you don't want a fighter feeling like, hey, if I can just hear that final bell, if I just don't get finished, it's a moral victory of sorts. That's not how we do things here in the Professional Fighters League.
Posturing off, potentially looking for an arm. Biagio needs to square those hips up. Palacio could potentially isolate that left arm of Biagio right here.
Dan, I'd be happy if Palacio just attempted to isolate that arm. If he just tries to throw that leg over. Right now, it's 5 inches. Just try to throw it over. Please, here we go. I'll count that as an effort.
I even like the strikes from the bottom. Since the unified rules were changed, people have been winning fights off their back with strikes here.
It won't happen for Emmanuel Palacio tonight. Biagio Ali Walsh finishes round 3 on top.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges score this bout 30-27 for your winner via unanimous decision. Biagio Ali Walsh.
Mom and Dad happy. Henry Corrales took this fight on short notice. He is 10 years older than Aaron Pico. Both men 5 feet 8 inches tall. Weighed in the same. You can see a very slight reach advantage on arms and legs favoring Aaron Pico. Andy Shepard takes it away.
The following fight takes place in the lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 155.7 pounds and holds an MMA record of 12 victories and 4 defeats. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, by way of Whittier, California, Aaron Pico! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He went in officially at 155.7 pounds and in his 28-fight career has earned a record of 21 wins and 7 losses. Fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona, by way of La Mirada, California, Henry Corrales. Referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Brian Miner will oversee the action. Final bout of our early card. Henry Corrales in the black trunks.
Hey, you ready?
Aaron Pico in the ballet tudo tight trunks.
I was on the card the night that these two fought for the very first time. I saw Aaron Pico behind scenes after the fight. To explain to you how dejected he was would be difficult to put into words. But one thing about Aaron Pico, even in defeat, he gets up the next day, he goes to the gym, he looks forward. And here he is in a rematch that he never asked for. This was a short notice fight by Corrales. I got to give Corrales a lot of credit for taking the risk. He already beat Pico once. He's got to go try to do it again. Pico went on a shot here. Pico gets the takedown. Corrales needs to keep that arm straight on the head just like he's doing. Don't give up on that. Keep that distance. He'll be able to scramble to his feet. He's got to keep that arm straight.
If he can stay elevated as he gets back to the cage, he can use that barrier back to his feet. Henry Corrales, a veteran of the sport, almost 30 fights in.
When you have a wrestler as good as Pico, it's not a surprise that he could go find a takedown particularly early. But the fact that Corrales could scramble back up to his feet with no damage done, pretty impressive.
Pay-per-view card coming next. Pay-per-view champs versus champs. Nice high kick attempt there from Pico on the exit.
Dan, you could hear that, couldn't you?
You know I love a high kick, and that one snapped right to the side of his head.
Yeah,
right
I
hand
love a high
before
kick.
this takedown. Once again, Pico using that angle, running his feet in a tight circle. And this time it's going to be harder for Henry Corrales to stand up.
You could see that veteran experience in Henry Corrales when Pico grabs a hold of him, making every single battle dangerous for him, difficult for him. Trying to get into the floor, he makes it very, very hard work. Everything Pico's doing, he's having to earn here right now. Look at this, beautiful work. Corrales using the fence to get back to his feet. He's going to dig an underhook in a minute, but he's very aware of those elbows.
Driving elbows, left hook, and then back in on the leg. Pico just chaining the attacks together. Now working his way to the back of Henry Corrales. Little mat return as Corrales tried to climb his way up the barrier. Right here in front of the broadcast position. Corrales doing an excellent job getting back to his feet.
It's incredible. One thing, and I say this as a wrestler, one thing that will frustrate a wrestler mentally is if he gets a takedown, but he doesn't get to use it. He doesn't get to take a couple of deep breaths on top. That's what Corrales is going to do. That's going to frustrate Pico. You will see these takedown attempts slowing by Pico if Corrales keeps springing back to his feet.
Pico mixing the attacks even more now. Another high kick attempt there. Little blood on Pico, surprisingly. I wonder where it came from.
Boy, Corrales staying composed, and he's not breathing deep either, guys. A lot of work been done for a guy that's taking a fight on short notice. He's not breathing deep yet.
Dan Hardy, how many rematches did you fight in your career?
Oh, a good few. I always enjoyed a rematch because you know what you're dealing with from the last time that you fought, but you've also got to appreciate they've evolved. Aaron Pico's won 8 fights since the last time he faced Henry Corrales, and you can see that maturity in his game now. The last time the fight was just over a minute long, and he got caught because of overzealousness, a little immaturity perhaps. We can see that maturity here, how he's building this game. He's building the fatigue into his opponent. Beautiful jab. And I will go out on a limb, and I'll take the controversy, but I think you'll agree with me. Aaron Pico's got some of the best hands in all of mixed martial arts.
Well, you've heard Chael talking about his wrestling credentials. He was also a Gold Gloves champion, which is why the sport of mixed martial arts was so excited about his choice to come into mixed martial arts instead of pursuing an amateur wrestling career. Another takedown, once again in a great controlled position here. See if Aaron Pico, who's building some momentum as this round progresses, if he can earn himself a finish before we see round 2.
A great pattern for Pico historically has been when he wrestles first and then goes to his strikes. When he comes out and strikes first and chooses to wrestle a little bit later on, he's been caught. I like that he takes a little bit of energy out of, in this case, Corrales first.
I like that he just used a good old-fashioned half Nelson and ran it around to put Corrales on his back there. Pico's got to be careful. It looked like he attempted a knee there. If he had landed that knee, it would have been illegal if it landed on the head. Nice, nasty left hands. This might be the end for Corrales, who's covering up. And a flurry of elbows. We will not see round 2. Revenge for Aaron Pico.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Brian Mahler calls a halt to the action at 4 minutes and 53 seconds of the first round, declaring your winner via TKO, Aaron Pico.
Incredible recognition by Aaron Pico at the very end. It's very easy when you've dominated a round to just say, you know what, I'll see you in round number 2. But he recognized that he was near the finish after that 10-second clapper, and he poured on the gas to get it done.
Lot to see here. Listen, I talk about it being short notice. Pico called for a title fight. He tried to get the Pitbull fight on short notice, so credit to both guys. These are true competitors. There's a knee by Pico, which, by the way, history could be changed, partner. We could be talking about a different kind of outcome had that landed. That was not legal.
If he lands that knee, it's a DQ potentially.
Here, Pico swarming him. I was on the other side of the thought of coin of thought, by the way. I thought that Corrales was protecting himself. I know intelligent thought could be in the eye of the beholder, but I thought we were going to see a second round.
There was no protest from Corrales at the end, and that is usually a good indication of how done that fight truly was. Brian Miner, I think, has done a great job tonight, so I'm not going to call that decision into question. Well, I'll tell you something. Very interesting early card, but tonight is really all about our exclusive pay-per-view presentation. DAZN.com, ESPN Plus, ESPN.com/PFL. If you want to watch the biggest fight card in PFL history, in Bellator history, you got to buy the pay-per-view. We are moments away from transitioning to that. You've got a QR code on your screen. Please go buy the pay-per-view because you don't want to miss, don't delay. You don't want to miss the first fight on the pay-per-view card. That's Cassius Clay Collard, the most exciting lightweight on planet Earth, against one of the elite prospects in mixed martial arts who has now become one of the elite pure fighters, and of course I'm talking about AJ McKee. Then this Thiago Santos, Yoel Romero, former PFL heavyweight champ versus former Bellator light heavyweight champ in that third bout. Ray Cooper III is a two-time welterweight champion. Jason Jackson shocked the world when he knocked off Amosov, who previously had an undefeated record. He is now the Bellator champion at 170 pounds. 2023 light heavyweight champion from the PFL, Impa Kasanganay, drops back down to 185 to take on undefeated Johnny Evelyn. And heavyweight main event, Renan Ferreira, 2023 PFL heavyweight champion against Ryan Bader, who is reigning at heavyweight for Bellator. By the way, the winner of that fight doesn't just get our super belt, that's a belt plus a ring, doesn't just get the win bonus, also gets a future matchup with Francis Ngannou, the baddest man on planet Earth, the biggest champion we have, literally and figuratively. Francis Ngannou made the announcement himself this week. You know, my next opponent in mixed martial arts after I take care of Anthony Joshua, potentially challenge for an undisputed heavyweight boxing world title, my next MMA opponent is the winner of tonight's Bellator versus PFL champ versus champ. That is enough reason, enough motivation to win this fight.
That's it. You want to talk about why you're going to tune in? Got 3 reasons. We're going to show you who the baddest heavyweight in the world is. We're going to show you who the first opponent for Francis Ngannou in the PFL is going to be. And we are going to finally settle this. Is it Bellator MMA or is it the Professional Fighters League? All 3 of those competitions are happening at once, and they're happening on pay-per-view right now.
Chael Sonnen and Sean O'Connell. We got Randy Couture, we got Josh Thompson, Amanda Guerra, Big John McCarthy's here, we got Dan Hardy, and all of us driving towards watching this man, Ryan Darth Bader, 15-5 in the UFC, champion in Bellator's light heavyweight division, champion in Bellator's heavyweight division. He beat Fedor Emelianenko twice, 2 times. He beat a man who some people think in his prime is the best heavyweight mixed martial arts has ever seen. But he gives up a lot of size, maybe some speed, because Ryan Bader, I say this respectfully, it's been a year since he's been in a cage. He's 40 years old. You don't get faster at that age. I'm not getting faster at that age, at least.
Hey, I'll tell you, He doesn't get faster, but I also tell you, he's not slowing down. I mean, one thing about Ryan Bader, he is giving us some signs, but he's trading that for some experience. One thing, he is a master, and he is very polished in sport. His opponent, a little rougher around the edges. I see the potential, sure I do. As a Bellator representative, we got real problems tonight, but we're the favorite for a reason.
All right, that's a heavyweight main event. If you want to see it, you got to buy the pay-per-view. Maybe that one doesn't strike your fancy. Maybe you don't like an experienced guy versus a rising young star. Maybe what you need is our co-main event. This is taking place at middleweight. Impaka Sunganai, one of the great stories in mixed martial arts in 2023. He started on our Challenger Series, which means he had a fight early in the year, and then he won 4 fights in the season on his way to $1 million championship. That means this is his 6th trip to the Smart Cage in less than 365 days. The man loves being active. Some of the best cardio in the game, certainly in the upper weight class.
In the last 3 years, you want the A to Z on this guy? He was homeless in his car, and now he's a millionaire.
And of course, he's taking on a guy. I want to wave this PFL flag, I promise you I do. But I'm not going to deny the truth that Johnny Eblen is the best middleweight on planet Earth right now. His undefeated record speaks to that. His versatility speaks to that. And the fact that all of his teammates at American Top Team say, this man is an absolute monster. Everything points to Johnny Eblen being a nightmare to fight.
A consensus ranking has Johnny Eblen as the best 85-pounder in the world. I got to tell you, who he hasn't fought, he's trained with, and just to win the Bellator Championship, he went through the legend Gegard Mousasi. Johnny Eblen puts all of that on the line against Impa tonight.
In the fighter meetings, Johnny Eblen said, you know, I had to go and train somewhere else to get myself tested. Now, he's usually at American Top Team, and he got a little too comfortable in that room full of killers. That'll tell you where his skill level is. Where he said it was getting a little too easy at American Top Team. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a pay-per-view card coming your way. Incredible fights. Go purchase the pay-per-view right now. DAZN.com if you're part of our worldwide audience. If you're in the American audience, you got to go to ESPN Plus. You can go to ESPN.com/PFL. You can scan the QR code on your screen no matter where you're at. You need to be here for the biggest fight card in PFL history, in Bellator history, maybe in the history of the sport. Champs versus champs. Here's our tail of the tape. First fight on our pay-per-view card. Clay Collard is 30, AJ McKee is 28. Collard is the taller fighter at 6 foot even. Both men weighed in at the limit. And you can see long arms for the 5'10" AJ McKee. He's got an equal reach to Clay Collard. Dan Hardy, give me these keys to victory.
Okay, well, Clay Collard, he's got fantastic boxing footwork, and that's going to be key in this fight to both stay in range and out of danger. Takedown defense will be a key as well, especially if he's having success with that pressure, and the body-to-head combos is what gets the job done. For AJ McKee, feint and move. Keep Clay Collard guessing. That straight left is absolute dynamite, and if he can get a hold of his neck, choke and strangle to the victory.
Andy Shepard, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is a PFL versus Bellator contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 154.8 pounds, and he has earned an impressive record of 21 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Long Beach, California, AJ the Mercenary McKee! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, representing PFL. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 155.5 pounds, and in his 36-fight career has built a record of 24 victories, 11 defeats, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Burley, Idaho, Cassius Clay Collard! Referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Brian Miner equipped with the ref cam. He will take us up close inside of the Smart Cage if necessary. AJ McKee, blue tape on the gloves.
Ready, Clay?
Clay Collard with the red tape.
Southpaw stance for McKee. Collard in the orthodox stance. You will see him switch. AJ told us in the fighter meetings he's going to surprise Clay Collard by going at him.
All right, now I'm going to tell old Dan Hardy down there, because we're getting started. The party is now started. This is Bellator versus PFL. I will concede there's nobody tougher than Clay Collard, but I want you to concede back to me there is nobody technically better than AJ McKee.
You have a great argument there. You make
Nasty choke. Wow, look at this. Clay Collard's neck is in big trouble early in this fight. Both fighters are dry right now. That's a big squeeze from AJ.
Yeah, you're okay. You can roll that all day. It's so difficult to see if he's got his fingers inside. Wow. Straight into a triangle, though. Beautiful chain submissions.
Wow, I did not know if he'd be able to get out of that. Guys, a submission's hard to deal with, but a submission when you're dry? Oh, my goodness. It's not going to get any worse for Clay Collard than what he's already escaped.
Now having to deal with this triangle attempt. He's got to be careful of the arm bar as well. AJ just chaining these submission attempts together. That arm is in trouble, and there's the tap. Clay Collard submits to AJ McKee in the first round.
What a statement that was by AJ McKee. That was incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Brian Minor calls a halt to the action at 1 minute and 10 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner by submission to an armbar, AJ McKee!
Making 8 submission victories.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm surprised you even broke a sweat, AJ McKee. That was a very, very slick performance. Let me know what the game plan was going into this.
Game plan was stand up with him for a little bit, see how it felt. I hit him a couple times. Boy's got chin. I landed that elbow, and he didn't even budge. So I was like, takedown. Let's get him down to the ground, you know. I just love to mix things up and see where the fight goes, you know, and try to pinpoint someone's weak point.
That was a beautiful chain of submissions, guillotine to triangle to armbar. Did you know as his head was sliding out, you'd be able to hyperextend that elbow?
Definitely. I felt him posturing up with the triangle, so I was like, well, I got the arm. I was like, but I couldn't get it in the armpit, so I just was waiting for the right opportunity to have the right angle to get the arm.
Well, unscathed, no scratch on your face. What's next for you, my friend?
Who knows, you know, title. I'm always wanting the gold, you know, it's 2024. It's been a while since I've been a champion, so I'm looking forward to wrapping another belt around my waist.
I can see that happening very soon, my friend. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ McKee.
The mercenary improves to 22-1. And look, he wants a title shot. Who's going to tell me that that guy's not capable of wrapping gold around his waist again? Thiago Santos. Maheta translates to hammer. And when you see this guy throw hands, you will understand why.
His main event onward
His opponent tonight, Yoel Romero, one of the most fearsome competitors this sport has ever seen. At 46 years young, still an elite competitor. Not just a competitor, an elite competitor in this sport.
And 2 wins for Bellator. I'm telling you, they're catching up. PFL
I didn't think I could fight until 40 years old, but I feel good, I feel great. It's a very nice moment for this sport. Sport is growing so much. That's why people can keep going, can keep fighting, even after 40. So we're gonna prove everyone that age is just a number, and we are young.
Pues para mí superar a Randy Couture, que es el que más años tiene en las artes marciales mixtas, sería un gran honor, un gran privilegio, ya que él estuvo peleando hasta los 48 años. Así que yo pienso llegar a los 49.
From Brazil, representing PFL, he goes by the name of Thiago Santos, and he's going up against the Cuban, representing.
Somebody find Randy in the building and ask him how he feels about Yoel Romero only hanging around so he can beat Randy's record. He says he wants to fight until he's 49. Now look. Up next, PFL versus Bellator. 2 big-time contenders. 2 of the most intimidating guys in the sport, Thiago Santos and Yoel Romero, in a light heavyweight contest.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage in the blue corner, Yoel Romero.
We will take a look at the tail of the tape here. 40 versus 46. You don't often see those numbers in mixed martial arts. Not at this level, not with these elite type athletes, but these 2 men are timeless. Santos is taller, 6 feet 2 inches tall, very slightly heavier. He has a reach advantage, a pretty significant one in both arms and legs.
Okay, keys to victory. So, of course, Santos has got to set the pace. We know Romero likes to hang back and wait for his opportunity. He's got to push forward, but at the same time, keep changing his angle using that lateral movement. And the head kick, that's the only thing that's going to put Romero on the canvas. He takes such a good shot. Romero is going to fight in bursts, and those jumping knees are lethal. But if he can find the takedown, he doesn't always use it in his fight. We know he's got it in his back pocket, and I think it would be valuable here.
Andy Shepard inside the smart cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is scheduled for 3 rounds of action in the light heavyweight division and is a PFL versus Bellator contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner and representing Bellator. He's a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 205 pounds and holds a professional MMA record of 15 wins and 7 losses, 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, by way of Pina del Rio, Cuba, the soldier of God, Yoel Romero! And his opponent fighting out of the red corner and representing PFL. He's a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 2. He weighed in officially at 205.2 pounds, and in his 34-fight career has built a record of 22 victories, 11 defeats, and 1 no contest. 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting at the Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Thiago Marita Santos. Your referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Brian Miner will oversee the action. Thiago Santos in the blue trunks. Yoel Romero wearing black.
Yo, you ready? Thiago, you ready?
Southpaw stands for Romero. A lean Thiago Santos. We haven't seen his body look this lean in quite a few fights. We'll see how that comes into play later.
Thiago hurt a little bit, making weight. I saw him in the hotel. It was the very first thing he said. He said, hey, I'd love to talk and catch up with you. I can't. This was 1 day before weigh-ins. His voice was dry. He was starting to lose some sweat. I share that with you. I can all but assure you Thiago's going to win the first round. But the answer is why. The why is Yoel doesn't get going. He always uses the first round as a warm-up. If history is a trajectory to the future here, he'll do it again.
Some hip feints from both of these guys, both threatening the rear leg kick. Both incredibly powerful, and it might be a case of whoever goes first is risking the most.
There's a famous clip. It was Yoel Romero in his very first fight. He's standing in this posture, toe-to-toe, looking at the guy bouncing around. Yoel drops all the way to the mat, grabs the guy by the heel, stands up and lifts his foot over his head. That's how he took him down.
The speed at which he can move when he decides to go is terrifying. Even at this age of, into his late 40s now, he's a sniper, and with the power that he's got, the physicality that he's got, when he decides to move, you've got to get out of the way. You've got to make sure you're covered. You can't think about countering. Santos here is waiting to try and see where Yoel Romero is going to open up his game, where he's going to expose himself first.
29 finishes between these two men. Not a lot of folks thinking we will see the judges' scorecards in this light heavyweight contest. Stomping kick to the lead leg there from Romero.
We know how damaging that was against Rob Whittaker. Lovely feints from both of these guys. There's the head kick again from Maheta.
Each of them have tested one so far in the early goings of this fight. 2 minutes down now. A lot of respect being shown, and understandably so. One strike from either of these men can change everything in a PFL versus Bellator contest.
Switching stances there. Romero steps in, throws the right hand. Santos offers one right down the pipe. Little thumbs up from Romero, I think, to his corner. There's John Jones. In the traditional Saudi garb. Getting a little pop from the crowd.
You can see the focus from John Jones. He knows how dangerous both of these guys are. You cannot take your eyes off this fight. I'd like to see Santos start to use that cross a little more, even to cover up his head kick.
Well, he just gave Yoel Romero a little something to read that we'll see if it comes into play later. He reached down to try and block the body kick. And we know what Yoel can do, bringing that thing upstairs.
Yoel won the World Championship in wrestling. He was second in the Olympic Games in wrestling. Yoel has attempted 0 wrestling in this fight. And guys, he might not. It's one thing that would open his hands up a little more. Offer the threat. Everybody knows the resume on him. Everybody knows what I just said. They've seen the tapes. Offer that threat. And I think it's a mistake when Yoel doesn't do more of it.
Well, we've got John Jones here in the bottom of our screen. Anybody at the table fought John Jones? Anyone know what that's like?
Yeah, I fought John.
Oh,
fought John Jones.
You fought John Jones.
Not long, but I fought him. It was like, guys, it was like being locked in a cage with a bear.
Very tentative this is from Santos. A lot of respect he's given for Yoel Romero. But what that's allowing Romero to do is to hold the center.
Big miss there from Romero, puts him off balance, but Santos not able to chase it down and make him pay.
Dan, could you imagine, though, to my point, could you imagine being an Olympic medalist in wrestling and not use that tool, not even threaten it?
It's crazy to me. I mean, we've seen it throughout his career. Because he's such a powerful athlete, it's almost like he wants to show people how dangerous he can be with his strikes. I mean, the height he gets on his flying knees is incredible, but I would like to see him utilize his wrestling more. I have to wonder whether it's a question about fatigue, because 3 5-minute rounds of wrestling in mixed martial arts with strikes and submission attempts is very different.
Well, and at age 46, Chael, I'll submit to you the question whether or not it has something to do with injury history, because if you have back problems, Santos landed one in that combination, but Romero ducks away from the rest. If you have a back problem, you have a hamstring problem, wrestling becomes... Trunks. Thiago Santos ready to start round number 2 in the blue.
Tim Sylvia, when he was a world champion, used to wear that belt around, and people would tease him. I thought he looked cool. I wanted to win it. I was going to wear it just like he did. I'm talking about, you go to Walmart, you're wearing the belt. You get on an airplane, belt.
See, this is where you need a ring, you see. You can't be wearing a belt all the time.
I want to know what kind of person is teasing the UFC heavyweight champion, Tim Sylvia, but...
Hey, I was saying I thought he looked cool. Boy, there's a lot going on here by Thiago. Thiago just attempted an axe kick, and he got half of it done. The foot did come up to one side of the head.
Oh, there's that takedown attempt. Almost.
The distance wasn't there, but you just saw an incredibly and you saw speed. Yoel Romero still got the speed. He dropped down, ran a couple steps on his knees, and popped back up before Thiago knew what happened.
I like that front kick to the midsection from Santos. That would be a very useful thing to manage the distance between them, especially given the fact that he's got the height and reach advantage and the fact that Romero doesn't tend to catch kicks and take people down from them. slightly less risky against than it would be against someone like a Johnny Eblen.
Romero switching stances here a couple of times in this round. We saw him do it with strikes in round number 1. Front kick almost came up through the guard of Romero there. Steps just outside range. Combination attempted there from Santos. A lot more output from Hammer here in round 2.
That was a better combination. I like the body kick to the left hook. That was a clever combination. A little bit more volume out of Santos would do him a real service. He is allowing Romero to set the pace and dictate when they exchange, and that is not going to win in this fight.
Thiago Santos' legs might become a liability for him later in this fight. He kind of stubbed his toe on the mat in round number 1. He's eaten a couple of leg kicks, and obviously every one of those at this weight can be very impactful.
And we know how damaging Yoel Romero can be to the knees of his opponents, and we know the damage that Santos has already taken. He can't be standing there taking those oblique kicks, those chasse kicks to the knee.
Santos had a surgery. He's got well-documented knee problems in the past. I'm going back a couple of years, but all the same, ACL on one leg, MCL on the other, it's tough, and Yoel is chopping away at that. At a minimum, it's having a mental effect on Santos.
Well, it's caused him to switch stances here. He's now standing southpaw in round number 2. And Yoel happy to attack that alternate lead leg.
It's a tricky spot because the textbook says if you're Santos, you close the distance. That's how you protect those knees. But the textbook also says you don't close the distance and clinch with the Olympic medalist.
Santos trying to work behind his jab. Francis Ngannou just walked in to take his place cage side. Ooh, head kick bounces off the guard partially there for Santos. Yoel Romero starting to put some things together here.
Santos is not liking those low kicks. Keeps switching his stance here. I wonder why. I wonder if it's because he's trying to set something up, or because he's trying to avoid taking kicks to those legs.
I would guess that it's more of the latter. And again, when you take the legs away from a power puncher, not only does it cause him to be hesitant, but it just saps power from those strikes. Removes that efficient chain of motion from the floor through your fist.
Santos needs to start putting some things together here. He's been a little too hesitant. His feints are working. Every time he feints, he draws the hands of Yoel Romero out of shape. There are pockets and opportunities for him to capitalize, but he has to chain things together. You can see Romero reaches for kicks, he reaches for punches, but he feels like because he's got cat-like reflexes, he can get out of the way. Santos has got to throw volume.
We're watching a very risk-averse game plan from both of these individuals, even late into round number 2. Someone's going to have to seize control of this fight. There's a head kick attempted again from Yoel Romero.
I tell you what, it's a hard one. It really is a hard one to judge and score. All right, hey, that's taking a toll here. That's a meaningful toll that the judges weren't just able to see on Santos. Santos has got to stay busier with that jab. Every time he jabs, Yoel's not countering him. He's respecting, he's allowing that offense to be a defense. If you're Santos, get busy.
Santos has hidden it very well up to this point, but those last 2 low kicks, I felt like he was very telling. The posture, he showed the pain in his movement after those. He's going to have to do something in this last round if he's going to make an impact on the scorecards.
Round 2 ends. We head into round number 3. Francis Ngannou and Mike Tyson sitting together cage side. The former baddest man on the planet and the current baddest man on the planet just so happen to be buddies.
And the bad guy Chael Sonnen sitting with us. All kinds of bad tonight.
I love it. I love it. That is a great picture right there. You know, this relationship, as I understand, Mike Tyson was the hero of Francis Ngannou. That's who Francis, as a kid, always wanted to meet, always wanted to be like. Now, he's trained with them. They've come along this journey. The very venue, the very geographical location where Francis competed so well with Tyson Fury sits about 30 yards behind this shot you're looking at right now.
That was an interesting storyline in the Fury and Ngannou boxing match that Tyson Fury, who's named after Mike Tyson,
Mike Tyson sort of took Francis's side in that whole thing, a psychological effect. Round 3, touch of the gloves. Thiago Santos, very, very hesitant in round number 2. Needs to get busy if he wants to beat Yoel Romero, who swings away with the left.
First round was hard to score. Second round, I felt like Romero landed some really meaningful low kicks. And now he's dominating the center again. Beautiful head movement there. That's going to make Santos even more hesitant to throw if he's missing every time he does. It's incredible, really, the presence that Yoel Romero has. There are a few fighters that can stand in front of you and just edge forward, and people don't want to engage them.
I can feel it. From where I'm sitting, I can fit in. I feel like a TKO is a moment away. But from either guy, they're both trying to finish. They just are looking for their opportunity. And with Yoel, he's always in range. He always puts himself in that fire.
I think we made the point of how dangerous Thiago Santos can be when he really gets things going. He almost knocked off the guy who a lot of people consider the greatest fighter in the world in John Jones. But right now, I mean, even when he's in range, he's having a hard time letting his hands go because of that intimidation factor, because his legs are coming out from underneath him with these kicks.
Back in the orthodox stance now, that was a beautiful knee. If you look closely, you can see some swelling on the calf of the lead leg of Romero, the left leg. This is potentially why he's spending a lot of time southpaw.
Yoel Romero used that underhook and almost bowled Thiago Santos right over. Santos able to stay on his feet, but now he's chest to chest.
Expect an elbow on the break here. Nice short knees on the inside.
Wow, flurry on the exit there from Santos. More of that is what you need to see from him if he wants to win this fight.
And I'll tell you what, only 2 or 3 more of that. That was a very good combination. I'm not sure why we don't see more of it. Early on, I surmised, well, perhaps he's worried about those takedowns and he doesn't want to expose himself. Now I'm surmising maybe his knees bother him a little bit. But when he lets those hands go, he's having success. And as time ticks down, he's got to take a little more risk.
You got to take a risk. Your path to victory here, if you're Thiago Santos, is not to dance around on the outside and let Yoel Romero kick you in the calves a few more times. He's got to commit to some combinations here. As difficult as that is, as you saw, he just tried to plant that rear leg and his foot slipped out from underneath him. Of course, sitting here cage side, it's always easier said than done, Dan Hardy, but there's high stakes in this fight.
There are. Santos is moving, but he's finding it very difficult to step forward to punch. You can see that instability on his legs. Neither leg is really supporting him fully, so that's undermining his punching power. But if he starts to move forward into range and start to put volume together, something will get through. I do like the kung fu, though, from Yoel Romero.
We've seen it in his career. He'll drop his hands, he'll stand there, he'll do whatever he wants. He's not scared of anything because he knows people aren't going to shoot on him.
And frankly, anybody, whether Yoel's doing it, Nick Diaz is doing it, like there's something to that motion where everyone's looking, hey, what's he doing? Does he know something I don't? When the reality is he's just playing around.
Kind of hypnotizes their opponent for a moment. They're wondering exactly what's going on. And the thing is with Romero, when he starts to get excited and start to move like that, you're expecting an attack to come. Those low kicks are very telling. Redness on the inside and outside of both the legs of Santos, and that left leg calf, we can see the swelling protruding out from the front of his shin bone.
Romero rushes forward. Santos tries a check hook on the retreat. And for those watching at home, the canvas is not slippery. It's just that Santos is having a hard time putting weight on both legs. So he's skidding around a little bit.
And not only is it undermining his forward movement and his attack, but it's also slowing him down, escaping from range when Romero starts to move forward, which is making him very vulnerable. I like those black Bellator gloves. I might have to get myself a pair.
Yeah, he looks cool, doesn't he?
Oh! There's some commitment on the attack with 30 seconds left in this fight.
Oh, that leg really gave out.
Those 2 bad knees, those 2 surgeries that Santos required. That happened in his fight with John Jones, and I must give him credit. He finished that fight the same as he's finishing Yoel. This man is hurt. This man is a tough competitor who's
trying to win a fight.
He just ate a big left hand. Didn't seem to bother him all that much in these final seconds. We'll go to the judges' scorecards. Yoel Romero thinks he's done enough. Santos at 40 years of age says he wants to keep going. Yoel Romero at 46 says no end is in sight. Nasty inside kick there.
I mean, how do you score if you're a judge? We got to go to that. The judges are forming a decision right now. They're taking a little extra time. I don't think that it's easy, guys. I admit Thiago got hurt. I admit that Yoel damaged him, but he didn't go down. If he doesn't go down, the judge now gets to interpret that how he chooses. There's no actual guidelines.
The judges scored this bout 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28. All for your winner by unanimous decision, Yoel Romero!
Yoel Romero continues to impress. And when I watch him fight, he seems like a puzzle that's almost impossible to solve, because when guys really do commit to an attack, he so effortlessly moves out of the way, or he just eats the punch. A tough guy to beat. Now, of course, he is coming off a loss. Vadim Nemkov, who we will see in this next bout, did beat Yoel Romero by unanimous decision in June of last year. But just at 46 years of age, still so difficult to figure out, not just because of the athleticism, but of course because of the skill that he has accumulated over a lifetime of pro combat sports.
All right, we have a piece of art going on here that I don't know how to interpret. I'm sure others do. I'm sure it's something I should recognize. I got to tell you this. My comment and my critique on Yoel is the same thing, which is he's going to do what he feels he needs to do to win. He must have believed that he was winning that fight. If he believed that he was losing, he would have
for. He saves those takedowns. He reserves them when he needs them. A lifetime of wrestling. When I watched him in the amateurs at the Olympic Games, he would do the same thing. He would win every match by one move, whether that was 1 point, 2 points. He only score when he has to. It's fun to watch. I do enjoy it. I'm nervous. I feel a nervousness in my stomach watching him because I know something can come very quick.
Yoel Romero will exit the smart cage victorious here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, posing for some pictures. You saw the performance art. I believe they were simulating sharing a meal.
I think so too, breaking bread.
We had a delightful meal seated on the floor last night. As we get ready to welcome a special guest here beside the PFL Smart Cage.
No, you do. You look very cool, and you look very cool in this.
You might recognize that voice.
John Jones.
John Bones Jones.
Oh, I'm about to go hard.
Sean O'Connell and Chael Sonnen, former opponents inside the cage.
Not long. I fought him, but I didn't fight him for long.
No,
John, you look good.
Thank you. I feel good. I'm glad to be here. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
The Saudi crowd happy to see John Jones, as are we. PFL versus Bellator. Now look, cross-promotion, co-promotion, the joining of two great MMA powerhouses is something that fans have asked for a very long time in this sport. PFL acquires Bellator, puts a card like this together. Just as a fight fan, because I know you are a fight fan.
I am.
Is that something you wanted to see?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. It's just great to see MMA get diversified. It's great to see it on other sides of the world. It's great to see the power divvied up a bit. It's just great. It's a beautiful thing. It's huge for all of MMA, and I'm just grateful to be here on such a historic night.
Now, there's been a lot of talk over the years about who the best heavyweight mixed martial artist on the planet is. Obviously, you've made the transition to the heavyweight division. Francis Ngannou exited his contract with the UFC as the heavyweight king. He's over here with the PFL now. He's transitioned into boxing. Anthony Joshua fight coming up next month, by the way. But the claim is out there, the baddest man on the planet. Who is it, John Jones?
What do you guys think out there? You know, I don't feel like I'm at a place in my life where I need to toot my own horn. I think my body of work speaks for itself.
Absolutely it does.
I think my reception from the MMA enthusiasts speak for itself. And I'll just leave it at that. I've never lost a fight. I'll just leave it at that.
John, you're being polite. Let me ask you a question I think you'll be more comfortable to answer. Francis Ngannou versus Joshua, boxing match. What do you think?
You know, I'm rooting for Francis to win, only because his story, how far he's come in life, him being a fellow martial artist, mixed martial artist. Yeah, I mean, how could you not root for Francis? Francis is a wonderful stand-up person. So I'm rooting for Francis. But Anthony Joshua, he's been doing this since he was a young boy. And I'm the type of guy who just gives respect where it's due. So if I personally had to put my money on it, not that I gamble, I will put it on Anthony Joshua, but I am rooting for Francis.
It's a fair answer. I appreciate that.
Before we let you get out
Sorry,
of here...
buddy. Sorry, Francis.
Before we let you just enjoy your evening watching these fights, John, it is a new era in mixed martial arts in a lot of different ways. You mentioned the global expansion, this card tonight, and the way that the PFL acquired Bellator and brought these things together. Fighters have more control over their careers now than they ever did. And not total control, I'm not trying to suggest that, but a man of your credentials has a certain amount of influence when it comes to making matches for himself, when it comes to plotting out the last few fights of his career. Is the Francis Ngannou fight something that you would be interested in pursuing, even if it meant that it would have to be unprecedented, it would have to be a crossover that we've never seen before?
You know, I feel like there's a lot of fights that the world wants right now. You know, the Tom Aspinall fight still, that's really massive. Francis Ngannou and I would be really massive. And Stipe, to the hardcore fans, it's still a respectable opponent. I don't know how the cards are going to fall. My prediction is that I will beat Stipe Miocic. My prediction is that I will beat Tom Aspinall and Francis Ngannou. So the way that it unfolds is really not my business. My job is just to do what I've always done since day one.
Well, it's great to see you here. We appreciate you giving us some time.
Thank you.
John Jones. And look, Francis is in the building. Maybe we'll hear from Francis here in a few minutes.
I was impressed with John. I thought John answered our questions honestly. A lot of guys beat around the bush. I appreciate that answer.
Thanks, Joe.
I do want to see that fight. I know that there's a lot of things standing in the way of making it happen, but I do want to make the point that the Professional Fighters League is not what's in the way of that fight happening. MMA fans can get what they want. John Jones said he'd be interested in it. Francis has expressed his interest in it. If only we knew the one thing standing in the way. Thank you, John Jones. We've got more fights to get to here on the biggest card in PFL history, the biggest card in Bellator history. And I'm not going to shy away from this.
No, you're causing a real problem. You really put John on the spot with that, by the way.
My intent is not to put John on the spot. My intent is to pay respect to what the fight fans in the world want, which I consider myself a huge fight fan as a former fighter myself.
And you did.
I want to see Francis Ngannou and John Jones decide who the baddest man on the planet is. I want to see it, and I want to see it soon.
Wrestle right now. I mean, just a contest between those two. I like what you did there, by the way. You're a hell of a promoter.
I'd watch them play pickup basketball against one another, or poker, or anything else. But we've got some business to attend to here. The task at hand is to figure out whether it's Bellator or PFL. And this is one of the scariest guys on the planet. You know, I made the point several times that when John Jones decided to leave the light heavyweight division, that meant that this guy was the best 205-pounder on the planet.
No doubt about that. I don't know if we got old time for Chael's comment here, but listen, I ran into Nemkov. He was actually in an elevator the night that Bader fought Fedor, the retirement party. Nemkov, I looked at him, I said, man, you're looking like Nemkov, but a lot bigger. He said he weighed 246 pounds and was moved up to heavyweight. I'm excited to see how he does.
Bruno Capoloza won the PFL heavyweight championship in 2023. Excuse me, 2022. Bruno is an absolute monster. Some of the fastest hands in the heavyweight division. At one point, he was a light heavyweight. I don't know how he ever made that weight. Interestingly enough, Bruno comes into this fight tonight as the smaller man. Bruno Capoloza, the returning champion.
This guy's got so much speed and power.
It is all over! Vadim Nemkov is the Bellator light heavyweight champion!
Bruno Capoloza, the onslaught continues!
Oh, there's a big shot here!
Wow, the hand speed, the accuracy. He's feeling the power of Vadim Nemkov.
I ask all these questions respectfully, just like I did my questions to John Jones, and I will when we talk to Francis Ngannou. If you're Vadim Nemkov and you have beaten Yoel Romero at light heavyweight, you've beaten Corey Anderson at light heavyweight, and Phil Davis and Ryan Bader, why do you want to move into the heavyweight division when you can plant your flag, which is the theme tonight, you can stake your claim as the best 205-pounder on planet Earth?
Fighting
I wonder.
PFL corner, the one and only Bruno Capoloza. And fighting from Team Bellator from Russia, give it up to Vadim Nemkov. Riyadh, make some noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is scheduled for 3 rounds of action in the heavyweight division.
Bruno Capoloza, Vadim Nemkov at heavyweight.
look at our tail of the tape for this heavyweight feature. Bruno Cappelozza, 34 years of age. Vadim Nemkov is still only 31. He is right in the sweet spot of his prime. Bruno's the taller fighter at 6'2", but as I already mentioned, Vadim Nemkov, the former light heavyweight, weighed in heavier for this bout. Longer legs belong to Nemkov. The arm reach favors Bruno Cappelozza.
Okay, so keys to victory. Bruno Cappelozza, straight punches to the body will open up his opportunities to the head. Use the clinch to tire as well. He is the natural heavyweight in here. Although he came in as the smaller guy, he's used to dealing with heavyweights. And be the bully. He's always better when he's on the front foot with his opponent pushed up against the fence. For Nemkov, the speed advantage coming up from light heavyweight should be a key. A heavy kicking game. We saw what he did to Bader with that beautiful head kick. A wrestle when pressured might get him out of some tight situations when he's dealing with some fast, powerful hands.
Andy Shepard, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is a PFL versus Bellator contest, and the winner will be awarded the Super Belt. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner and representing Bellator. He is a Sambo specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 238.1 pounds and holds a professional MMA record of 17 wins, 2 losses, and 1 no contest. 13 wins coming by way of stoppage. He is a former Bellator light heavyweight champion. Fighting at the Stadium Oscar, Russia, Vadim Nemkov. And his opponent, fighting out to the red corner and representing PFL. He is a Muay Thai specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 236.2 pounds and has built a record of 15 victories, 6 defeats, and 1 no contest. 14 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the 2021 PFL Heavyweight Champion. Fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Bruno Cappelozza. Your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley equipped the ref cam. Bruno Cappelozza in the blue, Vadim Nemkov in the white. I'm going to make a claim right now, Chael Sonnen. Never in the history of our sport has this much talent been gathered around a cage for a single fight. You have these 2 men inside, you have Fedor in the corner, you have Francis Ngannou and John Jones and Mike Tyson all cage side. Also Dan Hardy is here, Randy Couture. Wow.
You make an excellent point. By the way, I thought you did a great job in that interview with John Jones. You asked him very direct questions. I bring that up because when I had my coffee with Bruno, I asked him straight up, can you beat Vadim? Can you beat this guy? He said, yes, I can. But he went a little further as to tell me how. And he just said, I'm working on my takedown defense and scrambling back to my feet. And I specifically said, so you do not plan to be in the guard? And he said, no, I don't believe that I can submit him.
We've got 2 very fast heavyweights here. Both of these guys are already moving at speed.
Well, one of the questions I had about Nemkov is carrying this extra weight, would it affect the way that he moves? And at least early here, it doesn't appear that it will.
Okay, here's that defense. Now we got to turn into the scramble.
Bruno right back to his feet after briefly touching the mat with that hip. Nemkov chest to chest, pressing him against this smart cage barrier. Tries to offer up an elbow. Bruno uses that to switch position.
Big
now
deal.
He's got underhooks.
Big deal how quickly he turned to that position, put the back of Nemkov up against the fence. Look, I really think if Bruno can nullify the wrestling, that's going to be his greatest opportunity to win. It's an uphill battle, but Bruno, make no mistake, Bruno can win this fight.
Interestingly, he had double underhooks there for a moment, and he decided to break clear. Try to check that calf kick then, that'd be wise. Don't want to take too much damage on that lead leg.
And Nemkov has already started to try and bank some work there, and Bruno doesn't want any more of it.
It's a fast jab from Nemkov, straight through the hands. Oh, lovely work.
Big one there, did Bruno Cappelozza. Nemkov staying in form with this transition to the heavyweight division. Another 1-2, snaps the head back of Capoloza.
We have an athlete like Nemkov in this case who's carrying an extra 40 pounds in between weigh-ins. His previous weigh-in was 205, this one was 245. You do wonder yourself, where's my speed going to be? How am I going to move my feet, and will my conditioning hold up? So there is some questions that Nemkov's got to answer to himself.
What's incredible is that he looks like he's moving the same way that he did as a light heavyweight. It looks like the majority of the weight has been packed onto his back, his latissimus dorsi. Powerful individual.
Fedor Emelianenko in the corner of his protege, Vadim Nemkov. In his prime. Many thought the best in the world. And if anyone had had the creativity of the PFL brass back then, we would have seen Randy Couture like Fedor and put that debate to bed.
That was a nice jab to the body for a moment there from Nemkov, and there's the head kick. Same one that he used to walk Ryan Bader on when he was able to beat him.
What's impressed me most about Nemkov's attacks so far is that he's mixing them up and he's timing them so that Bruno can't get going. Nemkov knows that if he lets Bruno put combinations together, it's so incredibly dangerous. He's timing his attacks, threatening with the kicks, so that Bruno has to stay defensive.
And it's all coming off the footwork, right? There's a distinction as you watch these two in the outlay of footwork. That's what always happens when you have a smaller guy that moves up. When you have a heavyweight that fights like a light heavyweight, you have this good movement to lock crisper shots. There's a cross.
That was a beautiful uppercut attempt there. The speed of Nemkov seems to be causing a lot of problems for Capoloza.
Oh, twist of the ankle there. Nemkov appears to shake it off.
Capoloza's throwing to try and get to Nemkov, and he's being countered by very fast punches. And that jab is starting to bloody the nose as well.
Bruno's got to circle himself off the cage. Nemkov can use that space, heat it up really quick with a shot. Followed up the lead hook with a high kick attempt. Nemkov starting to put those combinations together. Going upstairs again after working on the lead leg.
Nemkov, every time he does a jab, he has a beautiful straight open to the body. A power hand right to the body. He's not taking it. But I noticed that our outlaw Dan already did mention before the fight some good straight to the body, and they sure are open for Nemkov here. I suspect his corner will tell him between rounds.
Well, what we're seeing, the solution that Capoloza's using for the jab is to lean away, which of course gets the head out of range, but it presents the abdomen, the midsection. If Nemkov can throw that jab out there, get the response, and then put that cross into the solar plexus, that could be...
Round two begins. Bruno Capoloza, former PFL heavyweight champion, against Vadim Nemkov, a new heavyweight, but a longtime veteran of the Bellator cage and light heavyweight champion who vacated his title. He didn't lose it. He vacated it to pursue heavyweight glory. Catches a kick, offers one up to the neck of Bruno Capoloza, who's bouncing a little more in the early goings here. Ate a right hand from Nemkov, though.
It's so fast, that 1-2, and this is why Nemkov can transition up to heavyweight. He's got enough power to do damage, but the speed to make the difference.
Bruno a little bit more willing to engage when they get close here in round number 2. I think that's good cornering. Switch to the southpaw stance very briefly. Corner appeared not to like it.
I think the reason is it opens up the rear kick for Nemkov, which is a very powerful weapon for him.
1 minute gone in round number 2. Bruno stays just outside the range of that 1-2. And now finally has Nemkov on the retreat a little bit, but now Bruno once again backing away.
But if we look at the difference between their defense, when Nemkov throws that jab cross, Kapoloza moves away. When Kapoloza steps in with a jab cross, oh, that was a good
right hand
counter.
sneaks through.
What a difference a moment can make.
And that's why Bruno Kapoloza is so dangerous. But of course, Nemkov, a veteran of this sport, level changes, picks up his heavyweight opponent, drops into the mat, and right into half guard.
Wrestle under pressure. Gets you out of sticky situations sometimes. I wish I had some wrestling.
He needed that. That was wise. He took a big shot. He needed that. He needs right now, get a couple of breathers in. I'd like to see Bruno put a ton of effort into a big scramble.
Very little from the bottom in way of control in the half guard here. Potentially Kapoloza's tempting Nemkov to pass his guard so he can scramble.
It looks as though he's setting him up right. I see that as well.
Oh, arm triangle. This looks deep.
And a tight squeeze here from Vadim Nemkov, who's fully mounted.
He's off to the side now. He's chopped with his knee.
He's got that.
Bruno is out! Vadim Nemkov with a heavyweight debut and submission victory!
Wow!
Gentlemen, referee Kerry Hartley calls a halt to the action at 2 minutes and 13 seconds of round number 2, declaring your winner to a submission via arm triangle, Vadim Nemkov. And please welcome to the smart case the PFL founder and chairman Don Davies and CEO Pete Murray.
And of course, Iron Mike Tyson, the actual man to hand that super belt.
He looks great.
To Vadim Nemkov.
Look at this shot. This is beautiful.
You know what I love about this? Mike hands him the belt, and Pete comes in and says, wait, there's more. Have this ring as well. Unbelievable. Look at that thing.
What a moment.
Up. This is the beginning of a tradition, by the way. Every year we're going to do this. It's the Super Bowl. It's
Look
the
at this
All-Star
shot.
game.
Look at this shot. Oh, my goodness. If that was me, my mother had that, that would go right up in the living room. That is what dreams are made. Look at this shot. Oh, I'm so jealous right now. The belt, the ring, the goat, the other goat. Two other dudes that I'm sure are perfectly nice guys.
Dan Hardy as your winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Vadim Nemkov. First of all, my friend, how do you feel as a heavyweight?
Как ты себя чувствуешь тяжеловесом?
Для меня это новая ступень в моей карьере. Надеюсь, с такого боя и начнется моя карьера в тяжах и продолжится до конца.
He said it's a new weight for me, so I'm still getting used to it, but this was a good fight, and hopefully my career will go on from here on.
You've maintained your speed and power. You showed every range of your game. What's next for you, my friend?
Ты смог сдержать и скорость, и силу. Что дальше для тебя, следующий бой?
Я хотел бы чемпионский бой и стать чемпионом.
I'd like a title fight.
Well, let's talk about a title fight. Talk to me about this belt, my friend. A belt with a ring in it. That's a beautiful piece of hardware, right?
Что ты думаешь о поясе? Специальный пояс, даже кольцо есть внутри.
Пояс очень красивый, и он мне еще впечатлил, когда я его только увидел. Сейчас он мой, я его выиграл, и с гордостью привезу домой на родину, в Россию.
He said the belt is gorgeous. It impressed me the first time I saw it, and I really wanted to get it, so now I'm going to take it home.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of your very first super belt.
С этого я хотел бы посвятить эту победу святому Белогорию.
He said he'd like to dedicate this fight to his people.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Vadim Nemkov.
Vadim Nemkov wasting no time. He's 1-0 as a heavyweight, but we know the resume, and he says, I want a title shot.
To personalize. When I was in Vadim's situation of doing an interview, it was important to me to be loud and boisterous. I pushed that out. But Vadim is the opposite. They believe in being humble. That is to pay a respect to Fedor, to not say much. So it's a lot when he asks for a title shot. Typically, that would even be more unmodest than that camp likes to be. What a moment. The belt, the title.
I mean, look, we're using tonight for bragging rights as a measuring stick. We're assessing the dominance or lack thereof, organizational talent. He's going to plant this Bellator flag as he seizes the throne. And I think it's important in the sport of mixed martial arts not to shy away from the discussion of where these fighters are on the world stage. Now, it's early in his MMA career as a heavyweight, but we have seen this man competing at a very high level against some really prime talent. And I mentioned earlier, as we were introducing Vadim Nemkov, win over Yoel Romero, Corey Anderson, Phil Davis, Ryan Bader. This guy belongs, when you're naming the best upper division fighters on planet Earth, if Vadim Nemkov doesn't come out of your mouth, it's a lack of attention to the full picture. Another champ versus champ fight. That is Jason Jackson, the current Bellator welterweight champion. Shocked a lot of people back in November when he defeated the previously undefeated Yaroslav Amosov at Bellator 301. Ray Cooper III is a two-time PFL welterweight champion. Took this fight on short notice, which is why we will be contesting it at 182 pounds, a catchweight. The man has dynamite in both hands, 16 knockouts to his credit. We won't see the judges' scorecards in this one.
Ray Cooper, the third, is an explosive, ferocious competitor, complete mixed martial artist.
Jason Jackson putting it all together at the right time. An aggressive start, Jackson, and making it actually look easy. And now some hammer fist. Jason Jackson becomes more aggressive.
Body shot. There it is. Cooper the third. Pounds out David Michaud. Big knee from Rudda. This is a brutal beating at the hands of Ray Cooper the third.
Not getting off that center line. And he got caught and dropped with the right hand. And the champion has been defeated. Mamma mia!
Big right hands from Ray Cooper the third. And another. Ray Cooper. Wow. Holy cow. Back-to-back championships.
Yeah, let's go. Make some noise, Riyadh.
PFL and Bellator champions wear takedown fight shorts. Train like a champion. Get 3 pairs for only $99 when you scan and shop today. Brought to you by Takedown, the official apparel partner of the PFL. Feature bout at a catchweight between a former champion and a current champion, Ray Cooper III and Jason Jackson.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Jason Jackson. In the red corner, Ray Cooper III.
Here's your tail of the tape for this catchweight bout. Ray Cooper III, 31 years of age, as a two-time PFL champ. Jason Jackson is 33 on that 7-fight win streak. You can see Jackson, the much taller fighter here, has a reach advantage, 9-inch advantage on the arms, 4-inch longer on the legs.
All right, keys to victory for this one. Ray Cooper, close range with feints. He can't be reckless against Jason Jackson. Varying his punching targets. It doesn't matter what he touches, he's going to damage it. And control with wrestling if he needs to. He has a fantastic wrestling background. He used it earlier in his career. It could be useful here. Jason Jackson fighting at distance. Use those long arms and that speed. Uppercuts and knees. Rising attacks against the shorter guy. And then the counter wrestling is going to be a key, especially if he's having success with his striking.
The voice of our smart cage, Andy Shepard.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following catchweight contest is a Bellator versus PFL fight, and the winner will earn themselves the Super Belt. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner and representing Bellator. He is an MMA specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 182 pounds and has built a record of 17 wins and 4 losses. He is the reigning Bellator welterweight champion and fights out of Deerfield Beach, Florida by way of Jamaica. He is the ass-kicking machine, Jason Jackson! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner and representing PFL. He is a boxing specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He went in officially at 182.4 pounds. And in his 35-fight career, has earned a record of 25 victories, 9 defeats, and 1 draw. 23 wins coming by way of stoppage. He is the 2-time PFL welterweight champion and fights out of Pearl City, Hawaii. Brother Ray Cooper III!
Your referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Brian Miner draws the assignment for this special catchweight feature. Jason Jackson in the white trunks representing Bellator. Ray Cooper III waving the PFL flag tonight in the blue.
Straight into punching range, Ray Cooper.
Respect. He came right across that cage, didn't he?
The thing is, he knows he has to land one punch to do the damage.
Got to get inside that long reach advantage range of Jason Jackson. 79 inches for the Bellator welterweight champion on the reach.
That's an incredible reach for a welterweight. But at 5'7", Ray Cooper can get right inside that pocket, and he will thrive in that pocket if he can stay there safe. That was a hard low kick, though. He can't take too many of those. That would disable his forward movement.
Cooper's been fighting taller fighters his whole career. This is what he knows. But he can't waste a lot of time against Jason Jackson. That hook just grazed the top of Jackson's head.
These are just such different athletes. Not just fight, they're just different athletes. Like, who's more likely to push a weighted sled across the field? Cooper. Who's more likely to run 10 miles and not break a sweat? Jackson. It's one of these different fights, and they both know it. Cooper knows, I gotta land hard.
Something to watch out for with Jason Jackson. He's very good, and he used it a lot in his last fight, walking his opponent onto an uppercut, allowing them to level change onto a punch. He doesn't necessarily need the same kind of power that Ray Cooper has if he can force him to meet the power as he's moving in.
Great work by Jackson to stay out of the range of that traveling hook from Ray Cooper, and he landed another calf kick in the process.
And look at the bruising on that calf already. It's not even gone to swelling, it's gone straight to bruising.
Dan, I like what you just said. You're maintaining you don't have to hit as hard if you hit the opponent as he's circling in or coming down to something. You're talking about a head-on car wreck. I get it, and I like it.
Exactly that. And this is where Jason Jackson's speed comes into play. You know, he's very good with these long-range straight punches, and that's usually what gets people to level change, to dip their head onto the uppercut. He's also got a great knee, lovely feint on the calf kicks. Ray Cooper bit on that, which shows you how much that leg is hurting.
Yeah, already, I think he's landed about 5 of them, starting to affect the lead leg of Ray Cooper III, and you can see Jackson building confidence because of it as he uses that to feint.
The danger, of course, with the calf kick is it's very difficult to throw it and get your head off the center line. Like, you think back to Ray Cooper when he fought Magomed Kerimov, the overhand that he landed was such a short punch. He was able to generate that power. That's a really damaged leg, but a cornered animal is a very dangerous individual.
Halfway through round number 1, and Cooper's already in big trouble.
And there's the wrestling. Good defensive work from Jason Jackson, forcing his opponents to wrestle, using good counter wrestling in the knees. This is a great performance from him so far. Nice wrist control there as well, opening up the doorway for the knee to the midsection.
If you watched any of the training videos that Jason Jackson and his camp were putting out, he's been putting in work on the wrestling. Testament to it right there as he gets Ray Cooper III to his back. Less than 2 minutes here in round number 1. I mean, Jackson had Gable Stevenson in the room with them, and they were drilling. Saw him going with Leon Edwards.
Now, this is an interesting problem that I don't think either three of us have had to solve in our career. You've taken some calf kicks, and then you get taken down, so that damaged leg is elevated. As soon as he gets back to his feet, he's going to feel very uncomfortable putting any weight onto that lead leg. Fortunately, they've not invented the calf kick in our day, guys.
That's true. I remember where I was the first day I learned it. I got hit by it by Benson Henderson in a training session.
Oh, and he was the expert. He was the pioneer.
He was the pioneer. It was at Jay Glazer's gym, and he hit me with 3 or 4 of them, and I told him after the workout, you're missing my thigh. You never hit it a single time. He said, your leg hurts, doesn't it? I said, yeah. So yeah, I meant to do it. That's how I learned it, though. Very interesting what Jackson did there. He turned the head off the fence. I prefer to put the head into the fence, but Jackson apparently wanted some open real estate. He must be thinking about Pat. Look at this. That's old school right there. Just take your hand and smother him.
Nice slide off elbow there as well. They can be very dangerous, very cutting.
Cooper's got the underhook he needs, but he's going to have to unlock his legs and get to a hip if he wants to elevate and get back up. Short elbows here from Jason Jackson on top. And you can see our leg strikes counted up. 11 of 11 have landed for Jackson, and that has been the biggest difference maker in the fight so far for the ass-kicking machine.
Cooper has made a decision that he is going to live to fight another round. He has made a decision, just stay in this one, don't use the energy it requires to get up. Let's run out the clock.
Jackson will try and flurry his way to the end of this round.
Cooper's hurt here. This is it.
Saved by the bell, Ray Cooper III. Number 2 here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Sean O'Connell, Chael Sonnen, and Dan Hardy, cage side. Ray Cooper III, 2-time PFL welterweight champion, is in the blue. This is a catchweight bout against Jason Jackson, who's in the white.
Interestingly, Ray Cooper hasn't changed to his stance to southpaw, which shows 2 things. One, he's, oh dear.
That one took the leg right out from Ray Cooper. And now the flurry from Jason Jackson. And the ass-kicking machine gets it done in Saudi Arabia.
What a statement that was. Never left himself open to take any big shots from the power puncher Ray Cooper.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Brian Manor calls a halt to the action at 23 seconds of round number 2. Declaring your winner via TKO, Jason Jackson! And to help award our super belt, I'm Mike Tyson.
We don't do performance of the night, or MVP is what we called it back in my wrestling days, but I'll tell you what, if we did. Between AJ McKee and what Jackson just did, I mean, this really was a full mixed martial arts demonstration. We saw the punches, we saw the kicks, we saw an understanding of range, we saw IQ, we saw takedowns. Basically, we saw a submission. Even if he did it with strikes, partner, it's still a finish.
It's an incredible finish and another statement victory to make it 8 in a row for Jason Jackson. He wanted the belt, he got the belt, and he also has Mike Tyson to put it around his waist. You see that? He said, where's the ring? Pete Murray has the ring for you, Jason.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool moment. An athlete, a fighter, will put his life on hold. He will sacrifice. He will give up so many things to get a piece of hardware like that. It's a tremendous moment in a fighter's life.
Iron Mike offers his congratulations, as does Don Davis, Ray Sefo, and Dan Hardy has the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Jason Jackson. Have I ever seen a man so happy to receive a belt like that before? You are just glowing right now. That was a big motivating factor for you, wasn't it?
Yes. I just want to thank God, thank my family, thank my team, and thank Ray Cooper, because without him, it wouldn't be no fireworks here.
So tell me about the game plan. Was the calf kick a key to the victory in this? Did you know that coming in?
Well, I knew I had to start fast to get his adrenaline rush and put his cardio to the test. But when I kind of realized that he was scared of the leg kick, I was just like, just stay calm and fake it and let it go when you're ready. But my wrestling is awesome, man.
2 belts, big performances. What's next for you, my friend? How do you prove you're the best welterweight on the planet?
Cedric Dummy, I want you. I want you.
Okay, that is a fight. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your champion, the super champion, Jason Jackson.
Last year, the Professional Fighters League launched PFL Europe, a smashing success. We're here tonight for this special PFL Champs versus Bellator Champs card because the PFL purchased Bellator. The acquisition happened, and there's more. Bellator Champions Series is one of the new PFL series that will launch in 2024.
Get ready to witness history. The Middle East and North Africa's inaugural MMA League is finally here. The mightiest warriors from across the region square off in the signature PFL season format, with regular season, playoffs and championship, creating pathways for regional fighters to ascend to global stars. Who will be crowned the first regional PFL champion?
It is now official. The inaugural PFL MENA season begins April 26th right here in Riyadh. Another piece to the PFL global puzzle as Professional Fighters League builds a Champions League of mixed martial arts. Johnny Eblin. Call him Pressure, that's his official nickname. Call him the best middleweight in the world, like a lot of people think he is. But you have to call him undefeated. Johnny Eblin is a bad, bad man. Impa Kasanganay putting the final touches on his warm-up with Delano Taylor, friend and training partner. 2023 PFL light heavyweight champion. 5 fights, 5 wins for him in 2023. This is his 6th fight in less than 365 days. Impa back down at middleweight. Impa Kasanganay, 14 pro victories in his career. He's found a new year for finishes here in the PFL.
The power of the reigning and defending Bellator middleweight champion, Johnny Eblin. Johnny Pressure's the one to pour it on.
Doing at 185 in Johnny's so-called weight class. When I claimed that victory, who's the real Bellator champion?
I am better than Impa in every facet of the game. I'm just a different animal.
Oh! Hookup gets dropped by the right hand from Eblin. Eblin's going to unload and lands a nice combination.
Kasanganay understands the assignment here is to take Karen out of this round.
Oh, big shot! Isis for the Eblin! There's that left hand that we're talking about.
The right hook by Edwards goes down. Johnny Eblin pouring on the pressure and the ground and he's down.
Looking fatigued. He's looking very fatigued.
He's got it. He's got it in tight.
I don't care if I'm tired, I don't care if I'm sick, I don't care if I'm hurt. I'm on a path.
I think I'm one of the best in the world, if not the best.
One more time, give it up to the superstar. PFL Dina!
Just some of our great athletes who will be featured in the new regional league, PFL MENA, Middle East, North Africa, a talent-rich region, continuing to grow a talent base, who of course will look to find their way through a PFL MENA regional season and eventually onto the PFL global roster. Will we see an eventual PFL $1 million season champion emerge from that group of fighters? Maybe. Kingdom Arena, our beautiful outdoor setup here. Open air, perfect weather. 2 more incredible matchups on the docket. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia is the fight capital of the world. We have a middleweight co-main event between a 2023 light heavyweight champion from the PFL, Impa Kasanganay, dropping back down to 185 to challenge the dominance of the Bellator middleweight king, Johnny Eblen.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Johnny Eblen.
Take it away.
The following fight is scheduled for 3 rounds of action in the middleweight division. And the winner will be awarded the Super Belt. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner and representing Bellator. He's a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 185.5 pounds and holds a perfect, undefeated record of 17 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida by way of Kansas City, Missouri. He is the reigning Bellator middleweight champion, Johnny Pressure Eblen. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner and representing PFL. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 185.8 pounds and holds a record of 15 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, he is the 2023 PFL Light Heavyweight Champion, Chilobo Impa Kasanganay. Referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Brian Miner oversees the co-main event action.
Chilobo Impa Kasanganay in the yellow trunks.
Johnny, you ready? Impa, you ready?
Johnny Eblen in the white. Right to the center of the smart cage. Two incredibly fast fighters here. Kasanganay coming back down to middleweight. Drives behind a hard right hand. Eblen stays out of the way. Inside kick.
The thing I like about the way that Kasanganay moves forward is as he's punching left to right, he's bringing his feet with him, which means that when people level change, they level change onto square hips, making it a lot more difficult. Oh, that's a nice single leg. Look at that.
Single leg, it turns the corner. Look at that. Eblen heavy on the legs.
But let's see what Impa's going to do here, guys. Something tells me he's going to do whatever effort and work as hard as it takes to get back up to his feet. And that does change things. A wrestler's got to have a couple of moments on top just to catch his breath.
And this is something that was so interesting about his championship bout. Impa Kasanganay was able to defend these takedown attempts. Now, it was Josh Silveira, not Johnny Eblen, but he defended them and never really got fatigued, never got worn out by it, and continued to explode in these situations. There he works back to an underhook and goes chest to chest. He's not all the way out of trouble yet, but he's on his feet.
Notice this frame. Everything's right here. Everything's right here by Impa.
He did a great job there of digging that underhook back into place. You always want to be facing Johnny Eblen if you have to clinch the guy, because as soon as he gets that body lock from behind, you're going for a ride. Oh, that was a good knee.
And Impa's not rattled. He's not discouraged. He's already put that behind him and compartmentalized. I can see it on his face and by his eyes.
I can't imagine a situation where Impa Kasanganay would show any kind of emotion on his face like he's rattled.
Now
he's a very, beautiful movement. A very calculated, intelligent, quietly spoken individual. Knows how to hide his cards very well.
Impa did eat a couple of elbows in that scenario. Johnny said that would be part of his game plan as he switches stances and avoids the combination from Impa.
Now the danger from Eblen now is that because Kasanganay has had to go through that process of getting back to his feet, the threat of the takedown could really open up strikes for Eblen.
Good length on that Eblen jab. He goes back downstairs with a leg kick. Impa's already slowed some of the bouncing of his posture here.
Nice overhand.
And we've seen this theme earlier tonight. The offense from Eblen right now, stymieing some of that offense. We finally see Impa able to unleash a combination. But when you force a fighter to stay on the defensive, you don't have as much to worry about coming back. Front kick almost to the forehead there of Eblen.
That was a beautiful little step to the side from Kasanganay.
Nice right hand.
I wonder what the lasting impression in Johnny Eblen's mind was of that first clinch, that moment. Did he think, my goodness, this man's incredibly strong, very difficult to control?
Well, one of the things that we talked about with Johnny Eblen in the fighter meetings is that his cardio is so incredible, and he will pressure you until you break. I mean, his nickname is Pressure. But Impa Kasanganay appears to have removed that as a possibility these last couple of fights with the level of conditioning he's come into the cage with. So what happens if Johnny Eblen is trying to wear you out and he's not able to? We might find that out tonight. Nice jab from Impa.
And sometimes athletes at this level of conditioning require the 25 minutes to make fatigue a weapon. In 15 minutes, I don't know as either of these guys are going to get tired.
I think Johnny did come away with some respect for Impa's grappling. I don't know that he's going to clinch him or be in a hurry to exert that kind of energy if he feels he can get some moments right here in a pick'em contest.
Twice now we've seen Impa catch Johnny coming in with hooks. Once with the right hand on the sidestep, just then on the left hand. Both fighters starting to get reads off one another. Second time we've seen him try that front kick right up the middle, Dan.
And that's a great deterrent for a level change as well. We remember what Renan Ferreira did to Jones as he level changed onto that shin bone. Good head movement as well by Kasanganay. Oh, that was a good cross.
Beautiful right hand there from Johnny Eblen. Good level change underneath the jab there from Impa.
Impa's starting to get comfortable, fellas.
Yeah,
he's starting to loosen up a little bit.
He really is. That was
beautiful
a nice
body shot. Straight right. Uppercut, traded for a right hand.
Hey, Impa's about to steal this round. Johnny's got about 10 seconds here to do something fast and leave the judges
Nice check hook again. Impa now with the pressure. And then he turns that angle. Flying knee attempt there from Impa.
He might have just stolen that round, guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Impa Kasanganay, Johnny Eblen, round number 2, body kick, and then a combination from Impa, who comes out much more aggressive here in the second frame. Oh, combination! Impa drops Eblen! Eblen trying to wrestle out of it here, grabs onto that single leg. Impa heavy on the sprawl, got that chin strap.
Got to free himself from that body lock, though. Eblen's still dangerous even when he's rocked.
Beautiful.
Oh!
Impa with another cut.
Oh, an uppercut!
Finish with the uppercut, and now he's got the neck of Johnny Eblen is cranking. Impa Kasanganay, furious start to round 2. Wobbles Eblen. He's got Eblen on the back foot here early.
Beautiful slip to a body shot. Nice level change by Eblen, though. This is going to buy him a moment. But if Kasanganay can get free here, that could really shake the confidence of the undefeated fighter.
Remember, elbows are allowed here, so Johnny Eblen's going to have to be careful about keeping his head out on the side. Impa tried the flying knee as deterrent to this wrestle.
Little Uriah Faber knee there.
He doesn't like it. Stay heavy. Good job.
This is exhausting as well. And look at Eblen's toes. He's only just postured into a position where he can start to now be offensive.
And look at the way that his chest is heaving as his body. I mean, that's not a good wrestling posture.
Grips in, chest up.
Impa Kasanganay staying heavy on the head, making Johnny Eblen carry that weight, and he steps out of another attempt here. Oh. Combination, Impa hammering away, eats an elbow from Eblen, but they continue to swing against the smart cage barrier before clinching.
Impa's fought at 205 pounds and had a lot of success. We're seeing that size. We're seeing that strength right now. We're also seeing that the fatigue of the weight cut is behind him. This is a guy that did everything right.
It was a clubbing right hand from Johnny Eblen that came over the top there. He's backing on the legs, but again, he's not in an offensive posture. He's in a hold on and gather my senses posture right now. And if Kasanganay can start to use some of these chopping elbows, these Travis Brown elbows into the side of the head, that could really force Eblen to start to move.
Elevation here. Johnny Eblen got both feet off the ground for Impa for just a second, but there's that chopping elbow again. Eblen is very good at buying himself a little bit of space, framing out and hammering that into the side of his opponent's head. Appears to have recovered from whatever punching combinations landed and maybe wobbled Eblen a little bit early as we're halfway through round number 2.
And halfway through the round, right in the middle of the fight here. So we go back to what Mr. Sonnen was saying a moment ago. If Kasanganay won the end of that last round and stole it on the scorecards, what is this round looking like on the scorecards as well? I know, of course, he's in a defensive position here, but very little scoring is being done by Eblen.
Johnny loves that suplex. Impa can't give him the belly to back, and he knows it, trying to grab a Kimura grip on Johnny Eblen's left arm.
My biggest comment to what we're seeing right now by Eblen is good for him. He did not get frustrated with the takedowns. Even though he hasn't done a lot to secure them, he's going back to them. He's going back to what he knows well. He's trying to win this fight. And you see, many guys, they check out early. Eblen is still in this contest.
Absolutely. He's not undefeated for a reason. He knows how to win fights. Even when he's on the back foot like he was against Fabian Edwards, he knows how to recover. This is not a good position for Impa. He could potentially be caught in a twister here. I know we don't see them very often, but Eblen's got the right control on that right wrist of Impa Kasanganay.
Impa's going to try and get his left hip elevated. Johnny Eblen rides over.
And the thing is, this marauding, mauling style that Eblen's got, you don't even have to be fully conscious to be able to do it. He's working on instinct a lot of the time here.
1 minute left in round number 2. A very interesting frame so far. Can Eblen use this last minute to really score some points? Because the early part of this round was all Impa Kasanganay, who's just going for the lockdown here with those arms.
You get the feeling that Kasanganay feels like he's done enough already to win this round?
Well, you can't ever feel that way, but maybe conserving some energy, because look, we're seeing him. The mouth is actually open. He actually is breathing hard here as Johnny Eblen advances position and goes to work with his left hand.
Yes, keep doing that. Yes, keep going.
And it's interesting math, isn't it? Whether he thinks he's done enough and that's why he's conserving, or if he realizes, I've got to win the next one and therefore I need to conserve. So it's always interesting to hear the corners speak in between rounds.
Johnny Eblen finishes round 2 on top. There's Impa's family. His family surprised him by coming here. An incredible story, inspirational story, the American dream in the Kasanganay family as we look at these replays.
Look at the fast hands of Impa Kasanganay, as well as the head movement. We can't understate the effectiveness of his ability to move his head out of the way, even in these pockets when he's trading, landing power shots. I mean, any one of those fights could have been a fight ender. Just not quite landing clean enough to put Eblen down. A beautiful uppercut, really well timed there. That to me seemed like the most consequential of all of the shots in that round. And here's a takedown attempt here from Eblen, who scrambles and scrambles to keep a hold of Impa Kasanganay, who gets a little bit of space to open up with a flurry. Both of these guys a little bit labored, though, here I'm seeing. They've been working really hard for 10 minutes. And there's the beautiful body lock takedown from Eblen, clamped onto the back of Kasanganay. He was able to maintain that position for a good part of the rest of that round.
What an incredible recovery from Johnny Eblen in the second part of that round. But again, was it enough to sway the judges in his favor after being knocked down? Third and final round here. PFL versus Bellator champs. Impa Kasanganay.
He keeps doing that. Eblen standing from a southpaw stance. He's throwing a big left hand, and Kasanganay is weaving underneath it and cracking him in the head with a counter shot.
And look at the recovery from Impa. Mouth is closed again, breathing through his nose. He sees the swelling under Johnny Eblen's eye. He sees the heavy legs. Nice jab. Good movement there from Impa to stay out of range. Really impressive performance from both of these fighters, and that's exactly what we thought we would see.
I would be so curious amongst the athletes how they think the fight is going. Does Eblen believe he needs this? Does Impa believe he needs this? Are we trying to beat each other still, or are we just trying to run out the clock? It's very interesting to me, the psychological side going on in this match right now.
We saw Impa Kasanganay in our PFL 2023 season. His left hook is a formidable weapon, and he's landed it several times on Johnny Eblen, who wears it and continues to come forward. Leg kick there. Traded for a couple punches, though. Might not be the winning formula for Impa Kasanganay this late in the fight.
He left his head on the center line for that calf kick. I feel like he came off on the worst end of that, especially on the judge's perspective.
Sweeping right hand landed there for Eblen. Eblen still bringing his feet with him when he throws those punches. Nasty combination here from Eblen.
Best punch for Eblen so far of the fight.
Good jab.
Impa is not fighting with an urgency. There's two reasons why. Possibly he's fatigued and can't. Possibly he thinks he's up 2 rounds to none. I'm only sharing that with you because it could be at any moment now. Impa puts his foot down and tries to steal some points, but he hasn't done it in this round yet.
He went for the body shot there with the uppercut. Johnny made him pay with a left hook. Both men scoring in these combinations and these exchanges. Nice movement there. Good slip and rip from Impa Kasanganay. Look at the right eye of Johnny Eblen. Jousting jab from Eblen and a right hand behind it this time.
This is a much better round for Eblen, this is. Even though he's taking some shots moving forward, he is scoring and he is bullying Impa Kasanganay at the moment with pace.
That left hand snuck through. Now Impa and circles out. Impa on the back foot right now. Johnny Eblen, this is the pressure that he talked about.
Yeah, you're seeing that conditioning. You can see it on his face. You can see it by the way he's breathing. Eblen is back into the contest.
More than halfway through the round, right around 2 minutes left.
I love that rollout that he's doing underneath the right hand. He's used it several times already in this fight.
Big John McCarthy, rules expert, legend in the game, has great insight on how these fights are supposed to be scored. John McCarthy, who's winning this fight right now?
I'll tell you what, this fight is anybody's fight right now. You can sit there and say, Impa hurt Johnny in the second round. I'm going to give him that round. I don't care how much Johnny did in coming back. But the first round I was going to give to Johnny Eblen. So right now, this is anybody's fight.
And a huge takedown here with 90 seconds remaining in round number 3 in a razor-close fight. The wrestling for Eblen really comes into play, controlling that bottom leg of Impa Kasanganay. He's got to find a way to get that back to the mat if he wants to stand up.
Impa was even thinking reversal there. He tried to pull those hips on top.
I think he tried to boss that a little bit too much power. This is much better, but he has given his back. He needs to get that left elbow inside the crook of Johnny Eblen's elbow and turn to face him.
Body lock here from Johnny Eblen. And now you can see the fatigue on Impa's face. Eblen going for the choke late.
Kasanganay looks like he's safe, but he's still not a good position to be in from a scoring perspective. And as you said, Chelsea, there's no real urgency from Impa this round.
Eblen's got himself into a very good position. You know, the fence is such an interesting component to this sport, by the way. It will always help one guy, it will always hinder one guy, but it all depends on the position. They can trade that fence back and forth.
A late surge here from Johnny Eblen with the right eye swollen shut, showing you why he is an undefeated mixed martial artist. Impa flailing away. Couple of elbows landed there from Kasanganay, and they hammer away to the final bell. What an incredible fight between these two monsters.
Really fantastic performance from both of them, to be honest. I would love to see 2 more rounds of this one. If these guys ever get a rematch, it's got to be at 25 minutes.
Johnny Eblen just got up and looked for reassurance from Mike Brown.
Yep.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. Did I get it? Brown said, yeah, you got it. I don't know how confident either camp can be in this moment, Chael Sonnen, that the scorecards will go in their favor.
The only clear round, I think, was 3. I think most people are going to say that 2 was clear to Impa, but no, one is anybody's game, and I'm not sure.
Here we go with the hands of Johnny Eblen in this 3rd round. Pushing forward and throwing, taking a few shots, but this is why he's an undefeated champion. He is willing to take risks, to climb his way back into a fight. And look at that beautiful drive there. Kasanganay landing on the floor, taking a deep breath. He looked more tired in 3 rounds against Eblen than he did in 5 rounds against Silveira. That has to say something about Eblen's wrestling.
And Eblen told us that would be the case. He said, I go for the finish. I push people to the brink for the entirety of the fight. This fight delivered as promised. And look, I don't know who's going to win. I don't have the official scorecards in front of me. We will find that out in just a second. But
gentlemen, I am here with your winner, Johnny Eblen, still undefeated, Bellator champ, the super champ as well. He's got the belt with the ring and everything. Tell me about that fight.
Hey man, it was a close fight. Second round, he caught me, and I had to fucking show up and be a champion. So it is what it is, but sometimes you're gonna get knocked down in life. You gotta fucking get back up and get back in there and fucking win it.
And in that second round where you were taking a few shots, what was going through your mind? Because you were trying to clear your head on the fence, it seemed.
Honestly, I was just surviving for a little bit. He caught me pretty good, so I was gathering my wits, and then it was back to dominating the fight.
And talk to me about this beautiful belt. It's got a ring on it. Have you ever had a belt with a ring before?
Never, and this is gonna hold a special place in my heart, man. This was a tough-ass fight. I'm in fucking Saudi Arabia. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. And fighting in the middle of the desert outside, different time zone, man, this is crazy, bro. I can't believe I'm here right now.
Congratulations, my friend. That was a fantastic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the super champ, Johnny Eblen!
Johnny Eblen is still undefeated, further solidifying his place as either the top middleweight in the world or on the very, very short list as he celebrates the victory with Iron Mike. So one more for Bellator, and that leaves PFL with one last chance in our main event.
Scoring a 5-0 win for Bellator as he makes his way to the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, Riyadh, give it up to Johnny Eblen!
Look at this, come on. This production is second to none. Look at him, he's on his throne. I gotta tell you, I'm so envious right now. This is what every young fighter dreams of, but it happened successfully for Eblen.
Sean, count those flags at the end of the night because I think Chael Sonnen's going to have one on the back of his truck next week.
Renan Ferreira, 6 feet 8 inches, 2023 PFL heavyweight champion. 10 knockouts to his credit, ready to take on the toughest opponent of his career.
Com certeza aí eu vou ser grande problema para o Ryan Bader. Ryan Bader is a very tough opponent, experienced champion as well, like him. You see, Renan's power can knock everyone out. Ah, com certeza. Eu sou cara que tem um estilo muito agressivo, eu sou nocauteador nato, já mostrei isso. Não só uma vez, mas 6, 7 vezes que eu já nocauteei no PFL. Então a gente se dedica muito, soa bastante para chegar aí bem aí e dar show para todos vocês.
And his opponent, Bellator heavyweight champion Ryan Bader, a veteran of the sport, competed at the highest level for a very long time.
Who have joined us tonight.
Looking back on my career, I've faced the top fighters in the world. Lyoto Machida, Rampage, Fedor twice, Rashad Evans, Glover Teixeira. I feel like that's one of the differences in this fight coming up. Renan is kind of young in his career. He's fought great guys, but he doesn't have the resume I have. I'm at the point in my career where I want these bigger fights. I want this champion versus champion fight. I want the Nagano fight. If I win this fight in spectacular fashion, yeah, I'm one of the best heavyweights out there. After this fight, I think the fans will learn that I'm mentally strong, I'm tenacious. I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna put a pressure on him that he hasn't seen, and I'm gonna keep that pressure on the whole time until the ref pulls me off.
For PFL. Let's find out who's fighting.
PFL and Bellator champions wear takedown fight shorts. You can train like a champion, get 3 pairs for only $99 when you scan and shop today. Brought to you by Takedown, the official apparel partner of the PFL.
Fighting for Team Bellator, ladies and gentlemen.
Go big or go home. Yeah.
Oh, Ferreira knocks down Gonzalez Problema with the championship.
Oh, and the right hand, Darth Vader cemented his legacy.
Kingdom Arena in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Champs versus champs. Seize the throne. One more fight. This our heavyweight main event between Renan Ferreira and Ryan Bader.
Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have arrived at our main event of the evening, and the world is watching. 3 rounds of action in the heavyweight division, and the winner will be awarded the Super Belt. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner and representing Bellator. He's a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 231.1 pounds, and in 39 fights has amassed a record of 31 wins, 7 losses, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Gilbert, Arizona, he is the reigning Bellator heavyweight champion, Ryan Bader! And his opponent fighting out of the red corner and representing PFL. He is a jiu-jitsu and boxing specialist and stands 6 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 263.2 pounds and holds a professional record of 12 victories, 3 defeats, and 3 no contests. 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting at the Porangatu, Brazil, he is the 2023 PFL heavyweight champion, Problema! Your referee in charge, Kerry Hartley.
One quick look at our tail of the tape so you can see the size disparity between these 2 heavyweights. Renan Ferreira, 6 feet 8 inches tall, and look at that, 11-inch reach advantage on the arms and 9 inches on the legs, favoring Problema. Ryan Bader in the white trunks, Bellator heavyweight champion. Problema, Renan Ferreira in the yellow.
I am on the edge of my seat for this one. I just don't know which way it's going to go. Is Bader going to level change onto a shin bone or a knee, or is he going to be able to ground Ferreira?
Immediately drops Ryan Bader and goes right to wall. The end of the fight. Renan Ferreira in the opening moment.
gentlemen, I am here with your winner, Problema, Renan Ferreira. 20 seconds, that's all it took for you, my friend. Did you expect it to be so fast?
20 segundos, foi só isso. Esperava ser rápido desse jeito.
Eu sou o problema, eu sou o cara que quebra os recordes. Os maiores recordes do PFL é meu. E eu tô aqui. Francis, cadê você? Eu tô te esperando, eu sou o campeão. E eu tô te esperando aqui, meu irmão.
I am the real problem out here. I'm the record breaker, I'm the record setter. Francis, where are you at? I'm waiting for you. Let's go, let's do this. I'm the champion out here.
What an incredible fight that's going to be. And we've got John Jones cage side, of course. He was very, very impressed. I think he's got your vote for that fight as well. Talk to me about what's next for you, my friend. You've got Francis Ngannou next, of course. How do you prepare for that? Are you motivated more because it's Francis Ngannou?
Fala pouco do que vai acontecer com você aqui agora. Você é mais motivado com essa luta do Francis? O que está passando pela sua cabeça?
Lutar com um campeão igual o Francis sempre foi um sonho, estar entre os melhores do mundo. Esse é o meu momento, eu estou pronto. Pode ser aqui dentro do octagon ou pode ser no box, aonde você quiser eu vou estar pronto.
I've always been ready to fight against the very best in the world. Francis, it can be inside a PFL smart cage, it can be in a boxing ring, whatever you want to do, whenever you want to do it. I'm ready to go.
My friend, that was incredibly impressive. You're the super champ, you're the PFL champ, you've got Francis Ngannou next. The sky is the limit for you. Where is your head at for your future? Will you be one of the great heavyweights of all time?
Céu é o limite para o seu futuro. Você se vê como eventualmente dos maiores pesos pesados de todos os tempos?
Com certeza, eu já sou dos maiores pesos pesados de todos os tempos e eu já mostrei isso aqui dentro e vou continuar fazendo história.
Absolutely, I already am one of the best and one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. I've proven it inside this smart cage and I'll keep proving it.
A fantastic and terrifying performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the super champ, the heavyweight king, Renan Ferreira.
What a night in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. History made. Two great organizations coming together. Bellator champions came in and they represented, I tell you what, Chael Sonnen, they came in from the very beginning of this pay-per-view card and AJ McKee's incredible performance. Bellator looked great heading into that main event. The PFL fighters all had to be sweating that they were going to get skunked. And then Renan Ferreira pulls off the one-hitter winner.
I appreciate the tip of the hat from you. I know the sportsmanship there, but boy, I tell you what, the night belongs to this young man, and what an opportunity, what a future he's got. Francis Ngannou got up, I thought he was going to go in the cage. I thought he was going to face off to him. Instead, Francis just held up a #1 sign. I believe my interpretation of that was Francis wanted to give Problema his moment that he earned. Either way, their paths are going to cross, and that stare down that I wanted so bad, I'm going to get in the near future.
Renan Ferreira seizes the throne here in Riyadh. Renan Ferreira and all of the champions wear takedown fight shorts. Train like a champion. 3 pairs, $99. Just scan that QR code. Shop today. Brought to you by Takedown, the official partner of the PFL. Here's your takedown of the night. Johnny Eblen. This takedown won Johnny Eblen a very close fight. Champions do what champions do. He gritted it out, gets the job done with the takedown. Former University of Missouri wrestler, victorious and still undefeated. There's the belt holders inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Historic evening for the sport.
Incredible work by those Bellator champions.
كل اللي حضروا معنا اليوم صراحة كانت بطولة خرافية، بطولة عالمية شاهدها ملايين الناس من جميع أنحاء العالم. حاب أشكر وأبارك لكل الفائزين وكل المقاتلين اللي تواجدوا معنا اليوم.
An incredible night of fights. The first ever major mixed martial arts event in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The first ever women's MMA fight in Saudi Arabia. The first time two great organizations have put their championship reputations on the line. We had an incredible evening.
Welcome to Team PFL.
For Amanda Guerra, Josh Thompson, John McCarthy, Randy Couture, Dan Hardy, Andy Shepard, Chael Sonnen, I am Sean O'Connell. Thank you for being with us. Thank you, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Good night.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Francis Ngannou. Subscribe now to the PFL MMA YouTube channel.